See, now it's on mute, right? No?
I don't have headphones on. Well, I can hear now.
Okay, can you mute yourself? Thank you. Everybody who's joined, please mute yourself. If you're not speaking immediately, you can unmute yourself when it's time to speak. Thank you. Mike Fitzpatrick, are you in here? You're muted, Mike.
How about now?
Okay, I think we are ready to go whenever you're ready.
All right, let's start tonight's meeting as usual with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, our first bit of action tonight is the East Franklinton Special Parking Plan. Are we ready with that?
Yes.
Let's go.
All right. Good evening, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Robert Farron, Assistant Director for Public Service, City of Columbus. I'm going to share my screen. This is going to be really short and sweet. This is our third time back to the commission. At our previous meeting, hopefully everyone can see that. At our previous meeting, there was a 2-2-2 vote. And we wanted to come back after several additional stakeholder outreach opportunities we had with stakeholders. So why are we back tonight? We listened to feedback from this development commission, as well as our stakeholders. City staff regrouped and determined further parking reductions were warranted based on that feedback. We have sent the changes I'm going to talk about in just a minute to the East Franklinton Review Board. They are supportive of the further reductions and support moving the SPA special parking area forward. City Council, our chair is Councilmember Favor, as well as Councilmember Tyson, had requested we bring the changes back to the Development Commission for reconsideration before holding council public hearing, which will be scheduled in a few weeks. So the main changes based on the feedback we heard from stakeholders was about the parking requirements themselves. As a reminder, there's a 50% parking reduction in East Franklinton right off the bat. But we heard feedback about smaller redevelopments and making sure those could still happen and really incentivizing those by reducing parking requirements further. So you see that in the red text there where we have reduced from 1 per unit to less parking for 2, 3, and 4 unit dwellings. And then also stakeholder feedback on preserving and incentivizing small business in East Franklinton and removing some of those parking requirements you see in red here. Along with retail less than 2,500 square feet, we added in office and medical uses. And we also added in eating and drinking establishments with no pickup unit, less than 1,500 square feet, would also not have a parking requirement under the revised SPA code language. Finally, just a reminder of the stakeholder outreach we've done previously and the support from the various commissions and groups. With that, I'll entertain any questions and ask for reconsideration of the previous vote for the commission. I believe that was last month.
Okay, John Ingwerson, are you handy to make a comment?
I saw him on, maybe he's muted.
All right. Are there any other commission members that wish to make a comment about the latest revision?
Mr. Chairman, it's Marty. I would really like to hear from John because I think he made most of the valid inquiries or comments last meeting.
Exactly.
And frankly, I'd like to know his opinion about it.
I'm unmuted now.
Great.
Well, I had a nice conversation with Robert and his team. They listened. They're headed in the right direction. I guess the question I have for them is, you're still opposed to shared parking, and you feel that and your comment before was the reduction should take care of shared parking. The other point that I was interested in was the ability to give the creative people that are supposedly going to habitate in East Franklinton the ability to kind of address their own problems and not just be, I'm not sure which development board that they've outreach to, but I think, the actual residents, when the time comes, need to have a mechanism. And thirdly, how does this expand to all of Franklinton? Because it's just not this little portion that is going to have the most heat for a special parking district. The city planner, I guess Donald Shoup, that everybody sort of reads, talks about parking as a combination lock, and that you have to get all the numbers right for the thing to open. And so I'd just like a little more comment from them regarding those issues before we vote.
Great, I can respond to those, Chair, if that is appropriate.
Yes, please do.
So I can speak to 1 and 3. I would need some clarification on 2, John. On 1 with the shared parking, that is part of that is allowable under the code as it currently stands in our other special parking area, and that has not changed. So shared parking is encouraged as long as it follows the process. On the 3rd one, in terms of the scope of the special parking area, we wanted to start with East Franklinton because the area east of 315 is experiencing the most immense development pressure, and therefore parking challenges currently and in the future. Not to say that we couldn't look at west of 315. We've done some analysis west of 315. We've talked with the Franklinton Area Commission. We don't feel like at this point a special parking area is west of 315 is justified at this moment. I would need some clarity on number 2. I think I know where you're going, but I'd just like a little more clarification on what you mean by the creativity.
Well, I'm going to go back to the first point. So the way you're codified, the shared parking has to be within 750 feet of the establishment, and it has to be put in a deed, recorded. And I still, I think that's a little bit onerous when you tally up the cost of having to do that. It's probably cheaper to pay you guys for the space than it is to have one shared. I think the opportunity for shared parking should be low or no cost. But if you got to get an attorney involved and write up and amend the deed and then record it, that's a pretty tough haul. my other point just was that I feel like people that live there are the ones that ought to figure out how to solve their problems, given the fact that what's projected for the population in East Franklinton. And I don't know. I don't think the ballot box is the appropriate forum for that. I think that there should be. I think that you guys are going to have to get creative in a way that engages them to solve their own parking problems, because things are certainly going to morph over time. We may be all in electric cars in 20 years or 15 years. That's all.
This is definitely this is one tool in the toolbox, John, in terms of answering that number two. For the shared parking, I completely agree. Shared parking is a great tool that should be used. We just believe that the shared parking that is established as part of meeting minimum parking requirements should also be predictable. And having that process ensures that it is predictable and it's available, as opposed to later requirements for shared parking that in the past, and at least in my opinion, ends up going away, ends up not being available, not being predictable, and then creating a parking challenge. But yeah, we absolutely agree that shared parking is a tool that needs to be utilized. Thank you.
Marty, any comments? John, are you happy with what you just heard?
I'm trying to understand, what any of John's concerns remaining may be. I understand the scope. I think what John is saying is, what about all of Franklinton? Are we just going to end up rolling right back around to take a look at West Franklinton? I have to really leave that up to the city folks, because, I'm just not knowledgeable enough to know. I like the idea of the shared parking. I don't know, when I look at the retail office and medical office space with no parking required, I see that it's less than 2,500 square feet, but should that really be 0 parking required? Maybe somebody that knows more than I do about this can respond to that.
Okay, John, why don't you interject what you were going to say about your response to the adjustments?
Sure. I guess the rest of the commissioners, the goal here is that there's absolutely no parking requirement in the somewhat distant future. And how we get there, we just have to manage our way through. And this is the best response that the city is offering, and it's a step in the right direction. I just would like it to be a little more flexible, but then again, the response on their side is that it's difficult to administer. So, I think we're heading there. It's just something that wants to have itself go away eventually, and that's always that's like the paperless office. Great idea. How do we get there? So I'm good. I think Robert, you've addressed my concerns. Thank you.
That many on this one topic.
All right, I would say, I would suggest
the topic is 10th that we're in.
Somebody's got on here that's not aware he's on the microphone.
I think he's muted now, Chair.
Okay, the short north parking issue was adjusted numerous times before they finally got it to where it was in a satisfactory condition. And I think we're going to see the same thing here. We got to start somewhere. And I think the adjustments that were made
I see Jim Grooms is on.
Reaction to what John has asked for makes sense. Sure, other suggestions are going to materialize as developments take place and people bump into obstacles. So I would like to call a vote to approve this as it stands now, with full knowledge that we're probably going to be hearing more in the not too distant future to make adjustments. So I'd like a motion to approve this and then move on to the zoning agenda. Anyone want to make a motion?
Is that Mauro that's on there?
So move.
Kay made the motion. Who wants a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Marty, please call the roll.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Okay.
Amanda Golden,
All right.
Yes, and I appreciate all of the time that went into considering all of the comments from all the different stakeholders. So thank you for that.
John Ingwerson,
Yes.
Kay Unwukwe,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
I also thank the staff for their hard work, and this is like herding cats. There's so many variables in such a unique area, but I'm encouraged that we have a start and the door is open to make improvements and adjustments as we go forward. So I vote yes as well. And with that, let's begin tonight's agenda.
Thank you.
Request for tabling of cases number 8, number 9, and number 10. Number 8 is 980 Old Henderson Road. Number 9 is 6050 Cleveland Avenue. And case number 12 is 457 Cleveland Avenue. They've all asked to be tabled. I make a motion to table these by voice vote. Motion?
So moved.
Yes.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of tabling cases 8, 9, and 12 from tonight's agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, we will begin tonight's agenda with case number 1, Z21-015, 611 East Livingston Avenue.
Give me 1 second as I share the PowerPoint. All right, Z21-015. The 12.55 acre site consists of 55 parcels. Parcels along East Livingston Avenue and Parsons Avenue are generally in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District, Subarea C, and are developed with uses associated with Nationwide Children's Hospital. The remainder of the site is generally developed with single and 2-unit dwellings in the R2F residential district. The requested CPD district adds 3.8 acres to the existing CPD Subarea C while permitting hospital-related uses associated with Nationwide Children's Hospital. North of the site is Nationwide Children's Hospital in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District and Livingston Park in the I Institutional District. South of the site are mostly single and 2-unit dwellings in the R2F residential district. East of the site is an elementary school in the AR1 apartment residential district. And west of the site is a commercial development in the C4 commercial district. The site is within the planning boundaries of the near south side area plan, which recommends mixed use community, institutional, and a medium density mixed residential land uses at this location. Additionally, the plan includes early adoption of the Columbus citywide planning policies design guidelines. The site is located within the boundaries of the Columbus Southside Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The CPD text establishes use restrictions and supplemental development standards that address building height, building setback, parking setback, maneuvering setbacks, traffic access, parking minimums and loading space requirements, parking lot landscaping and screening, lighting, and parking garage design. Variances for minimum and maximum building setbacks, minimum numbers of required parking spaces and loading spaces, maximum number of parking spaces permitted, maneuvering, clear vision triangles, parking space, driveway widths, parking lot landscaping, and building design standards per the urban commercial overlay are included in the text. The requested CPD commercial plan development district will permit hospital-related uses in association with Nationwide Children's Hospital. The CPD text establishes appropriate use restrictions and development standards that are consistent with the rest of the hospital's campus, while taking into consideration the urban corridors of East Livingston Avenue and Parsons Avenue, as well as the residential neighborhood located directly south of the subject site. The requested CPD text is consistent with the nearest South Side Area Plan's recommendation for institutional, mixed-use community, and medium-density residential land uses at this location. The request allows for orderly expansion of the hospital and its associated uses, and therefore City Department's recommendation is for approval.
Okay, thank you. Dan, do we have any traffic issues here?
All traffic issues have been resolved.
And Kathy, any recreation and parks concerns?
Kathy had a conflicting meeting. She did not email that there's any concerns, and she's going to try to join us after her meeting.
Okay. Okay, the applicant is here. Is there anything, Jill, that you'd like to add to the staff's report before we hear from one other speaker?
Oh, no, thank you, Chair Fitzpatrick. I am joined this evening with Angela Mingo from Nationwide Children's Hospital and Dee Andrews, who is with Ronald McDonald House. The driver behind this current rezoning is primarily to add to the Ronald McDonald House, and certainly Dee and Angela can give more details about that should that be necessary, but to create an expansion for the Ronald McDonald House to be able to house additional families when their children are being treated at the hospital. We're also adding in a few other parcels that have been acquired by the hospital over the last couple of years into our main campus and matching the development standards that are within the CPD for the hospital uses. So we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have Tara Hunt handy? She's listed as a potential speaker. Tara Hunt. I hear a faint voice.
Tim can correct me, but I think she was just listed as a potential speaker. If she's not
Okay.
speaking up now, I'm assuming she's not here.
All right, I will ask then commission members, is there anyone on the commission that has any questions of the applicant or the staff?
I have a couple questions
Yes,
for
John.
Jill. Jill, two things. One, so the parcels that are between Wager and Ann and Beck and Jackson, they're just still single family, and you are working to
I couldn't get on with it.
Let's see. Between Wager and Ann Street, is that what
Yeah.
you said?
Wager and Ann and Jackson and Beck.
Okay. Yes, the three parcels that are being added, the two that are along Parsons Avenue, and then the one that's along Jackson Street. We don't have any immediate plans for those properties. So they are just being added into the commercial plan development text for the hospital uses. We've agreed that we will follow the Parsons Avenue urban commercial overlay for the properties that are on Parsons Avenue, and then follow our general development guidelines for the hospital when we develop those properties. The only property that we have immediate plans for is the property that is behind the Ronald McDonald House, which is kind of at 17th and Beck Street. And that property will all be used for the Ronald McDonald House expansion.
Okay. And then the only other question was, when I'm reading your CPD text under Roman numeral 3, Item C of permitted uses.
Mhm.
I'm unfamiliar with the language that you're using. Could you explain your intent there for?
Be helpful if you wouldn't mind reading that to me. I'm not sure if I can pull it up fast enough to respond.
Before you guys continue, can we have everybody please mute themselves that is not speaking?
It's $34.46.
Okay, I think it's Cullen user 12. Could you please mute yourself? Haley, I don't know if there's anything you can do on your end. Oh, thank you. All right, continue.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, if you'll give me what you're looking at again, I do have the text now in front of me.
I'm sorry, Jill. It's under permitted uses, Roman numeral 3, item C, where you talk about the accessory uses. I'm not sure how to parse that, and if you could explain the intent of that, that would be great.
I think that and I will apologize, the hospital CPD text goes back many, many years, long before I was ever involved with the hospital. So I know that sometimes, language, continues forward in the CPD and I may not know exactly why it was originally placed there. But I believe that the reason that language exists is that the hospital treats the campus, as an overall project, and there are times where we're looking at one parcel that may be being used, and an accessory to that particular use on that parcel may flow over into a neighboring parcel. And so I think, and then that is especially true of parking. We often have, parking lots and parking garages that may be serving, one of the office buildings or one of the hospital facilities, but isn't, directly on that parcel. So I believe that that's the reason, for that language. Shannon, I don't know if you have any more history to that than I do. That's about what I know.
Yeah, the same use provisions are in the probably the last 3 or 4 renditions of Nationwide Children's Hospital zonings.
But, Mr. Chairman, Shannon
Yes.
and Jill, I agree with John. Just because it's been there historically, it's very fuzzy language. I couldn't tell what accessory to a principal use meant. Parking makes some sense, but that fuzziness could be misused, I suppose.
I mean, I can't honestly give you any more information. I know that Shannon and I had a conversation about, doing a really thorough review of the hospital CPD text. And we all agreed that that's appropriate. We determined that it was probably not appropriate at this juncture because the only part of the hospital text that we are revisiting right now is the subarea C. And what we didn't want to do was to change subarea C without making sure that all of the subareas, there's 4 in the CPD text, are all consistent. I can tell you from having done this for a number of years, the hospital goes through this rezoning process every, roughly 2 years. And we agreed that it made sense to wait until we rezone the entire hospital CPD to go back through and look at a lot of this language that, maybe has been carried forward from previous years that could be a little bit fuzzy. But to my knowledge, that language hasn't been used for anything other than, for parking related purposes.
I'd like to make a motion that we move proposal, which is approved 11-0 by the Southside Area Commission and by the staff, but also make a recommendation that the applicant look closely at a paragraph like that, that is the most amazing sentence I've ever read. It goes in circles and inside and out and ties up like a pretzel. And I think it wouldn't take a lot of work to clean that up to where it had a cleaner base of logic, because certainly we're going to be hearing more cases from Children's Hospital as things expand and grow forward. And I think being prepared ahead of time is very advantageous. So I'd like to see that cleaned up before you go to city council, so it's on the books, it's predictable, it's organized, and the average idiot like me can actually read it. So
Sure.
Marty, would you like to make a motion that they clean up that sentence as a lawyer?
Well, Chair, I'm not sure if I heard Jill correctly. I'm not sure that that's part of the plan or the design to clean that up now. I think it's a good idea to clean it up. Jill, you can tell us if it's even possible to do so before you go to city council.
We can certainly clean that language up. Before we go to city council, and I certainly don't have a problem doing that. The only thing I just wanted to make sure everyone understood is that language is in every one of the sub areas right now for the CPD text. So while we clean it up in this one, now it won't be reflected in the entire hospital CPD.
Right, but it
so
might be a
that's why I
good
wanted.
precursor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it might be a
I'm-
good guide.
Sure, and that's fine. I don't have any objection to doing that.
Okay, all right, well, then I so move.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it might be a
I'm-
good guide.
Sure, and that's fine. I don't have any objection to doing that.
Okay, all right, well, then I so move. And Shannon, if you can write that in the manner in which the chair seemed to have delivered it.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, that motion is in the application. Please call the roll.
Sorry, I was muted. We have Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson,
Yes.
Kay Unwukwe,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you're approved.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now go to case number 2, Z21-005, 116 North Wheatland Avenue.
The site consists of one parcel developed with an urban farm and several agricultural buildings zoned in the NG Neighborhood General District. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District will permit the expansion of existing farming operations and will allow the construction of a farmer's market and multi-purpose event and educational space as the direction of staff. To the north of the site is a multi-unit residential development in the LARLD Limited Apartment Residential District. To the south is a parking lot in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. To the east is undeveloped land in the R Rural District and a behavioral healthcare hospital in the LC2 Limited Commercial District. To the west across North Wheatland Avenue are single-unit dwellings in the R4 Residential District. The site is located within the boundaries of the Hilltop Land Use Plan, which recommends agriculture land uses for this location. Additionally, the plan includes complete adoption of Columbus citywide planning policies design guidelines. The site is located within the boundaries of the Greater Hilltop Area Commission, whose recommendation is for disapproval based on all C4 uses being permitted. The applicant has since revised the permitted uses to address the Commission's concerns. The development text permits C2 commercial district uses, plus the agricultural related farmers market, food pantry, and event and educational uses, and includes supplemental development standards addressing site access, landscaping, and a commitment to a site plan. In your supplemental packet, you will see an updated site plan provided by the applicant that is dated 5/13/2021. A variance to reduce the parking requirement from 201 required spaces to 125 provided spaces is included in this request. The Division of Parking Services has determined that a parking study is not required for the proposed development and supports the parking variance. Council variance CV 21-039 has been filed on the adjacent property to the north to permit commercial vehicular access to the site through the multi-unit residential development. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. In your supplemental packet, you will also see two pieces of testimony from the Highland West Area Civic Association and 2 letters of opposition from neighbors. The requested CPD, Commercial Plan Development District, permits C2 uses and will allow the expansion of farming operations for an existing urban farm, including the construction of a farmer's market and multi-purpose event and educational facility. The CBD text establishes supplemental development standards and includes a commitment to develop the site in accordance with the submitted site plan. This request is consistent with the recommendations of the Hilltop Land Use Plan and includes adequate landscaping and buffering to mitigate the impact on adjacent residential uses as recommended by C2P2 design guidelines. Therefore, City Department's recommendation is for approval, and I'd be happy to help answer any questions.
Any questions for Haley? Okay, Dan, traffic issues?
All traffic issues with this application have been resolved. It is relevant to note that the Department of Public Service is preparing a scope of improvements for a potential public improvements project that would include widening of Wheatland Avenue and conversion to two-way traffic operation. On the frontage of this site, it's likely that an additional 10 feet of right-of-way would be dedicated, and that is now shown on the site plan that's included with this application.
Okay. And Kathy, any recreation and parks issues? She's still not with us yet.
No issues. Yeah, no issues
Okay.
from Kathy.
Okay. Jeff, do you have anything to add to the staff's report?
Yes, if we could, Mr. Chairman. It's Jeff Brown with Smith & Hale. I'm the attorney for the application. Doing the presentation at this time will be Matt Habish, who's the CEO of the Mid-Ohio Food Collective.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Just a quick overview. You saw some of the slides. I think, what we're attempting to do is to create probably the first urban ag project that really is about the future of farming and smart farming, and a wonderful opportunity. We've been on the site for a few years, doing some traditional types of urban activities. We have an opportunity to expand that work. One of the things we've done with the Mid-Ohio Food Bank, obviously, is change our name to the Mid-Ohio Food Collective. But it's also about recognizing that Mid-Ohio Farms is one of the key assets, and is really around teaching people how to learn to grow vertically, learn to grow in different mediums, and to use it as a real education center and a smart farm of the future. So we're excited about the opportunity to be in the neighborhood. I think, as you can see from the site plan, one of the things that we did was continue to listen. We've had a lot of meetings with the community addressing the issues. I've been around with that community for a long time. I think the last time I was in front of this body, I was in attendance for one of the WODA sessions for the apartments to the north. But it really is around addressing the concerns. So not only in addition to the encouraging the city to widen that road, it's 2 one-way streets that kind of butt into each other. But it's also about doing setbacks for that on the farm site, and then an additional green space in front of it so that there's a park-like setting to it before you get to the beginning of the farm. It's a different type of farm. It's a lot of growing inside. It's a lot of growing vertically with non-dirt mediums. There's an education center. And I think some of the confusion that happened at the Hilltop Area Commission was around, we held 3 special events on the site, one at Halloween, one at Thanksgiving, and one at Christmas. The one at Thanksgiving, we gave out turkeys and had to do it in a COVID manner where we had to put them in the trunks of the car. There was not 125 person or car parking spots, and they were slowly moving there, and it backed up traffic for about 45 minutes on that day. That's the only time there's been a backup from us on that particular street. Everything would be self-contained on there. We have since, because of the site plan you just saw, we had 2 10,000 square foot buildings, a nice farmer's market. You saw a little bit of a picture of what it would look like. It's an open event kind of activity so that we can give away food from the farm that's raised there, and use it as an education center was the second building. We've since combined them into one and pushed that back as well, away from the residential community. We think this is going to be an amazing asset for the community, an amazing asset for Columbus to really learn, and a really great opportunity for kids to learn how to do things differently, and a lot of STEM activity in terms of education. So for us, we think it's something. We've been on the site. We try to be a good neighbor. And I want to clear up another confusion. That particular site for the farmers market, we have another strategy called Mid-Ohio Markets. And Mid-Ohio Markets are pantries that are open 30, 40 hours a week. We have one in Reynoldsburg. We have one on Columbus State's campus. There will be two in the Hilltop. They are not on this site. One will be over on Sullivan, and the other one, we hope, if all goes well, will be west of 270 in that area. These are sites that are designed to let people come more often, get fresh foods, and to deal with the food pantry part of our work, the hungry person. This is really around an education center around farming, the future of farm. I think I'd be happy to answer any questions. I think those were the main concerns, and we've tried to address them. The city addressed it. There were some concerns about the C4, and it's now C2.
All right, stand by. We may have questions. Let's hear from our speakers, beginning with Mary and Lupo. Our speakers are given 3 minutes per speaker, same as city council rules. Try not to be redundant with your comments. Mary and Lupo.
Mr. Chair, could I defer to Kathy Tope and Jeannie Klinger to speak first?
Absolutely. How about Kathy Tope?
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Kathy Tope, and I live at 115 North Wheatland Avenue. My house is within 150 feet of the proposed commercial plan development by Mid-Ohio Food Collective in the city of Columbus. It's right across the street from me. This has been my family home since 1999, and it had been my husband's grandparents' home. My husband is disabled, and we've had a dedicated parking spot in front of our house for about 15 years. He cannot travel much farther than that because of breathing issues as well as other medical conditions, and he is essentially homebound. We will likely install a handicap ramp in the future, and I've had to call medics to my house in the past to receive urgent medical assistance for him. I'm opposed to any commercial development as it takes all practical, beneficial, and economic use of my house away from me due to the density of traffic and noise created by open event space, the food pantry that's being called a farmer's market, and a large educational center. I have many concrete reasons for making this statement, but for now I will focus on the density of traffic this planned commercial use will create, which can prevent medics from arriving at my house in time. I speak from experience. The Christmas turkey giveaway at the Mid-Ohio Food Bank food pantry located at the parcel backed up traffic down North Wheatland Avenue bumper to bumper. Traffic also backed up down Gray Street, which is the closest side street. I witnessed a medic headed towards the senior housing at North Wheatland Avenue, stuck in traffic. Because of the construction of the street, the medic could not even drive up on the lawns and around the traffic. This commercial plan development could delay life-saving measures for me and my husband, as it would be very hard and dangerous for his health to move now, and we will become captives to the noises and traffic created by commercial use in what is now a residential neighborhood. I also want to add the commercial development could delay life-saving measures for other people as well. North Wheatland Avenue is used by the medics on a regular basis every day to travel to senior housing, Grandview, Valley View. The renters at the senior apartments have no say in this. The people of Valley View and Grandview have no say in this. Yet all these people will be adversely affected by the proposed commercial development use. I'm asking the Development Commission to reject the proposed rezoning application, as I intend to assert whatever legal appeal rights that are available to me to stop this taking of my property. It's my belief that the dense housing constructed at Wheatland Crossing should be offset by open space at this parcel. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Okay, Jean Klingler.
Thank you so much. My name is Eugenie Klingler, and I live at 105 North Wheatland Avenue, Columbus, within 150 feet of the proposed commercial plan development by Mid-Ohio Food Collective and City of Columbus. This site is directly across from my home. I intentionally searched Columbus for a diverse neighborhood with lots of access and parks, saved to buy my current home, moving from Grandview, where I rented. The housing stock in my area is unmatched within the City of Columbus in terms of the quality of construction, historic value, and surrounded by parks. It's close to downtown in Grandview, as well as other amenities. My house would sell for $350,000 in Clintonville, well over $250,000 in Victorian Village, and easily $200,000 on today's market. I've been active within my community as a civic leader, having served as a commissioner for the Greater Hilltop Area Commission and as an officer with the Highland West Civic Association. Today, I'm presenting in my individual capacity, but I bring my knowledge of the Hilltop plans and processes to my testimony. Never once has it been contemplated by me or any member or leader of the community that this parcel would be zoned commercial, accounting for the fact that this parcel is not governed by the urban overlay. The initial plans for this parcel, which I'm submitting with my testimony, called for single-family housing and a park for the community. Such a development would have greatly enhanced my property value and quality of life. The uses for which this parcel across the street from me have been zoned in the past have frustrated my economic expectations from my property. The proposed commercial rezoning entirely frustrates my economic expectations for my property, amounts to a physical invasion of my property, taking all practical, beneficial, or economic use of my house away from me. Please understand that my plans for purchasing and restoring my home were my plans for the last 1/3 of my life. I plan to be protected in my retirement with my home and my savings. I will lose economically if I must resell my home due to the proposed commercial use. It is not an exaggeration to state that adding commercial rezoning here on 6 acres of property is grossly out of proportion to the traffic that Wheatland Avenue can handle and would impede medic and fire access to my home and pose a safety hazard to me when I'm using the sidewalk to walk my dog. The figures presented at the Greater Hilltop Area Commission Zoning Committee meeting by the applicant suggested that over 5,000 households would be using this site weekly for food pickup. I urge you to reject the application and the variances. I believe the current commercial zoning application is not only taking of my property, but also discriminates against the disabled seniors living in the federal housing project, which I see regularly in wheelchairs and mobility devices in the Wheatland Crossing parking lot and going north and south on North Wheatland Avenue, which is also why the council variance should be denied. I am giving notice that I do not want this commercial zoning, and I intend to assert whatever legal appeal rights are available to me to stop this taking of my property. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Okay, now, Marion Lupo, are you ready to add your voice to the group?
Yes, and thank you for your time and the opportunity to address the commission. I represent Highland West Civic Association. The executive board have voted unanimously against this CPD in each iteration in which it has been presented. We oppose commercial zoning on this property. The Greater Hilltop Area Commission overwhelmingly voted against the commercial property at its meeting. Primary concerns included rezoning for commercial use in a residential setting and the desire for more information as to planned operations on the site. I presented testimony at GHAC, and I did raise the C4 issue because it was vague why they needed C4, and I said, well, it must be for a food pantry or a supermarket, neither use of which the community wanted or that Wheatland Avenue can support. So now we have an application where it's C2, but the food pantry, which we do not want, is in the text. So to me, it seems more confused than ever. Highland West Community Association has been and continues to be actively engaged with the Greater Hilltop Land Use Planning and Vision Hilltop corridors and link us with an eye towards commercial development and density along West Broad Street. We believe commercial activity is most appropriate on West Broad Street and work as good faith partners with the City of Columbus in support of these goals. The HWCA support the agricultural use, but we believe the site should remain zoned as neighborhood general. They already have structures on the site, and they can already use a health clinic for education and for distribution. The community would like to learn more about the planned operations on the site, but and certainly appreciates the adjustments that have been made so far. And just a couple of very minor comments. The contradictions here is it's agricultural use in our plan, but this is a commercial use. I already mentioned the C4 is usually food pantry is usually a C4. Here they have it under C2, but it's in the text. We don't think the CPD is needed. We think a smaller agricultural use might be appropriate. And then I have to add, I'm the chair of Housing and Environment. I have to say that we've been in discussions with both Shayla Favor's office, Congressman, City Councilperson Favor, and City Councilperson Remy, and they are both looking at developing mixed income housing in our neighborhood, Highland West. So although we appreciate that some of the problems with the application are due to COVID, such as the lease having expired and the iterations and the lack of collaboration with Highland West, we still urge you to deny the CPD and retain the highest and best use for our community. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. Now we have two additional speakers in support of the project. Chris Wetherholtz.
Hi, I'm Chris Wetherholtz. I am the Farm to School Curriculum Coordinator K-12 for Columbus City Schools. For this opportunity to share what we see as a very valuable asset to the Hilltop education arena and also to the district as a whole, the school district as a whole. Our relationship with Mid-Ohio Food Foundation is that they've been very supportive of this initiative to bring agriculture and just education of where the children's food comes from, how they can grow it themselves, school gardening. They've been a very big supporter of that. We have 112 buildings, 50,000 children at CCS, and 64 of those buildings now have school gardens. So the initiative is very active and is very connected academically. One thing that may not and the Hilltop schools have been just now really coming into the school gardening initiative, and several of them participated in what we did during the pandemic when the children couldn't come to school, and we had already established school gardens at the schools. And some of the schools that didn't have a school garden, the teachers reached out and we put together take-home garden kits for the children, about 5,000 of them. And the children would bring them to their Zoom class. They got the kits to the children at their homes. They grew at home. And so the educational piece about community gardening and science, social studies, continued with using gardening. So it was really good. It was a good pivot point for the gardening. Yes. Oh, okay. With the Mid-Ohio has supported us with both resources and encouragement. In many ways, they've supported this initiative. And so the main thing about this the farm here, the urban farm is, and what a lot of people might not know, is we started grassroots at the elementary schools. We have 44 elementary schools involved in the garden initiative. And now it has moved to middle and high school. And what a lot of people may not realize is that we are now developing a career pathway, agriculture career pathway for our students at CCS as a career pathway. And so we have rented or leased, land lots and Our high school students are learning how to do the very type of farming that Matt was talking about earlier, both traditional in the ground farming, vertical farming, vertical growing, aquaponics and hydroponics as a career option for our students, our children as well. And that program is growing in leaps and bounds. So when I saw the plans for the Hilltop Urban Garden and the invitation from Mid-Ohio saying, we do want our Hilltop children very much involved in this education about agriculture and what the potential means to them, what careers it could open up for them. It also will draw from the rest of the school district to show a good example of what we're trying to prepare them for.
It's been 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time and thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you, Christine. Okay, let's hear from Shelley Casto. 3 minutes, Shelley.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to express my support for this project. My name is Shelley Casto, and I'm Executive Director of Highland Youth Garden, a small but growing nonprofit that's been working since 2009 to grow food, grow minds, and grow community in the Highland West neighborhood of the Hilltop. We're located directly across the street from Highland Elementary School, as well as directly across from the city's Future Early Learning Center. We work intensively with Highland Elementary on STEM education, gardening, and nature-based education and health curriculum. We also build backyard gardens for our neighbors, employ teenagers in the summer, and offer a twice-weekly food distribution program during the growing season. Highland Youth Garden was founded by a Hilltop neighbor, and we are 100% dedicated to and focused on our Hilltop neighborhood. So we have a great relationship with Mid-Ohio Food Collective over the years, and we look forward to growing that partnership. Bo McMahon and his team at the farm regularly send extra produce over to us to give away, gave us a huge load of pumpkins for our fall festival last October, and most recently installed grow towers in our high tunnel to expand our capacity to grow, but also to help kids think creatively about how and where they could grow food. In fact, Mid-Ohio Food Collective managed the USDA grant that allowed us to build and automate that very high tunnel that serves our Highland West neighborhood. So their presence and contributions have elevated and advanced the cause of gardening and nutrition in the Hilltop. As I'm sure you know, food insecurity was an issue before the pandemic, and I can assure you the challenges have not lessened since. In fact, a 2018 study sponsored by OSU's College of Social Work put the 43223 zip code, the location of Highland Youth Garden and immediately adjacent to Wheatland Farm, in the top 5 zip codes in Central Ohio for very low food security. As of this year, the USDA Economic Research Service maps the area around Highland Youth Garden as the most nutritionally challenged, at the most nutritionally challenged level when considering the combined issues of high poverty, access to a vehicle, and distance to a grocery store. The closest grocery store is 2 miles away. Access to a healthy diet is essential to children's learning and forms the foundation for thriving families and communities. Simply put, a community cannot thrive without adequate nutrition, and this is a huge issue in this neighborhood. Ultimately, the Mid-Ohio Farm Project is about bringing more fresh produce and gardening education to the Hilltop community, and at Highland Youth Garden, we are behind that. I feel that an adjacent relationship with this project between our organization and theirs will increase the opportunities for us to partner in serving our community and will deepen our positive impact on health and education in the Hilltop. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Does anyone on the commission have any questions for any of the previous 5 speakers? Okay, Jeff, you've heard the comments.
Yeah, if I could, Haley, if you would put the site plan up. I think a little bit of this concern is a bit of form over function. When we talked to the city about this piece of property, they are the ones that said, go ahead and you need to zone it CPD. And so we did that following their direction. The reason the term food pantry is in there is in terms of discussion with the city, if we would have a farmer's market and have outside vendors, which is one of the suggestions that was made by the residents in a zoning meeting, that would create that type of use. So the zoning that we are doing is the direct result of consultation and advice from the city as to how to proceed. This property was owned 2004 by Dominion. It is owned by the city of Columbus. As the neighbors have indicated, there was supposed to be a residential component. Over the years, nothing has happened from a single family standpoint. The WODA project with you all supported to the north for senior citizen multifamily housing was put in. And now we're coming into this piece to be able to expand the education and farming aspects of what we're doing. As you look at this site plan, you will see a green space along Wheatland, open space to give that nice look to our property. We originally had two buildings that were about 19,000 square feet total. As Matt described, we have now combined those buildings into one building, which is 12,000. So we made that smaller. Based on the concern of C4, I think there were some members in the audience that don't understand the CPD, which commits us to a zoning text and a site plan. So to try to alleviate that concern, again, we stripped out the C4 general uses, put in C2, what someone suggested at the meeting, and then the specific activities that we're doing on the property. This is a urban farm. As you heard from the two women who in support of this request, there's a large educational component that we interact with the neighborhood with, because we feel that the more people that you have involved at this facility, the better off from a food diet and a food capacity you're going to have, because people get excited. They take the stuff that they learn here, they take the seeds from the school, they take it to their house, and they grow their own. So once you start that and see what can happen with the seed, you get very excited and you come back. So what we've done here is something that is consistent with the area plan. We had conversations with the planning department. If you want to talk about the plan with them, I saw that there was at least a representative on. We've had the conversations with traffic and everything. The city is going to go out and do a road improvement and create 3 lanes. 1 lane will be for the existing parking spaces that the lady was concerned about. That will stay up against the residents. You'll have 2-way traffic, and the additional widening and right-of-way is all coming from our side of the property. So this is an appropriate use. It is good for the neighborhood. And when someone was saying, well, we ought to have a park, I mean, if you really look at this plan, I mean, what you have is a bunch of green space, street trees along Wheatland, and then you have growing stuff. And I don't think how you can beat that in terms of the open space. Now, the other concern, we did have that one instance where the traffic backed up. It was COVID. You know, we had to do drop off and everything. You won't have that problem with that, because now we're going to have a parking lot and be able to handle that in that manner. So that was kind of a one-off experience. You're getting a road improvement that the city is going to move forward with, and you're going to have increased farming capacity here, as well as education, which we think is very important in terms of getting neighborhood kids experienced into the farming aspects and getting excited about that. And as you heard, we've talked to some young people that are finishing up at Ohio State and are part of the workforce here in terms of this development. Matt, do you have anything to add?
The only additional comment I would make is that, the reference to the 5,000 families, that was the total number of families that received food in the past year in the Hilltop. None of those people got served from this site. Those people were going to pantries, and now we're going to have 2 additional Mid-Ohio markets, which will be 40-hour bigger operations, one over on Sullivan and one west of 270. So, for the folks that were concerned about this was going to be a big food pantry use, that is not the intention. This is meant to be a farmers market education center, but the classification comes up because the way we give away food on here You know, if we did not have a farmer's market where farmers from outside came in to sell, which I assume would be a benefit to the community, we were asked, would we consider that? That requires commercial. The second was we give away all of the food that's grown here. And the idea of that is we don't create a have and have not where we have a sell part and a free part. What we ask people to do, take what you can use grown from here. If you want to make a donation for the people who have money, they can make a donation. That all gets classified because of the way it's structured as a food pantry, but it's meant to be the distribution of the product on the site.
Okay, Matt, I really believe in your mission, and if there was ever a year when that mission meant a lot, it was the previous 16 months we've just lived through. I think the conversion to C2 uses is addressing the intensity of the land use. All this produce that is being sold is being created on this site. No one has to leave the neighborhood. This is neighborhood based. This is not regional. This is not Giant Eagle or Kroger. This is very intimate and neighborhood oriented. And I think the approach makes sense. I like that concept when we did the previous zoning for the retirement center. I was a little dubious that it could be pulled off, but it has been pulled off and it's working. So those are my comments. Does anyone else on the commission have any input, please?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Marty. You went off. Can't hear you.
You're muted, Marty.
I was being so careful to mute myself.
There you go.
That's very difficult for me to mute myself, of course, you probably know. Let me ask again, and this can be for Matt or for Jeff. Is the area commission now satisfied with the modification from C4 to C2? Or was that in name only and the area commission is still in opposition?
They have not had a reconsideration or anything. It was kind of interesting. The zoning subcommittee actually approved the application 7-0. And then the vote at the full commission was 4-9. But what we tried to do, Marty, as you know well, with our office is that was the main concern in terms of the C4 uses. And so we responded to that concern, but we haven't had any feedback from the commission.
And I'm looking at the attendance. I don't see anyone from the area commission. Am I correct that no one is in attendance from the commission?
I mean, if you look at the recommendation, you will see that at least the chairman believed that the issue was the C4 uses. And so, you know, we tried to respond to that in a positive manner.
Right. As Shelley Casto knows, I just last week took a tour of the Highland Youth Garden that is kind of a companion to this, much smaller, of course. And, you know, as the chairman knows, I'm a hilltop kid and I grew up on the hilltop and I lived to tell about it. And it was such a wonderful green space and such an opportunity for kids in that area. But I'm also sensitive to the neighbors on Wheatland Avenue that are very close to this operation. I can certainly understand if they got off to a very shaky foot with, you know, what was a good, a heartfelt project of giving away food, but there's their street, you know, and their surrounding intersecting streets, and nobody could walk or drive and the like. I don't know, Matt or Jeff, is there any way to give these immediate adjacent neighbors some consolation? And I know you've talked about the road being widened and the like. That's not going to happen right away. How do you give them some comfort in this matter?
Marty, I think we had 3 events that we designed that were community-based events. Most of the attendance was very small. The Thanksgiving event, we gave away turkeys. And that caused the backup for about 45 minutes on the street. That street was backed up for a long time because Hilltop or the health center was using doing COVID testing there. You couldn't get down that street a lot of times I went there. So I'm very sensitive to the issue. You know, that's why I said we're not putting a Mid-Ohio market on this site, that I'm sensitive to the traffic issues. And because we're going to have two other locations on the hilltop that'll be much more attuned on Sullivan and over west of 270, the turkey kind of giveaways won't happen on this site. So it's a case where we did that because of COVID last year, trying to do something nice in the community, make sure people had a turkey for Thanksgiving. Unfortunately, that word spreads and we had a backup because we didn't have a parking lot to pull into. This thing has the parking lot now or anything else that if we were going to do, if we'd had the current parking lot, we wouldn't even have that issue. Everything would have been held on.
I think that's what's known as unintended consequences, but if you can be sensitive to these neighbors' concerns, I certainly think that they have valid, expressions. That's a big space, currently a big green space, and now something's fairly major is being proposed to happen there. And I could understand being concerned for your residential property values.
We've been on that space since 2015 in different ways of growing things. But in order to complete the growing, to have the education space and the buildings, that's where the suggested rezoning came from the community. We have an advisory committee from that community of a number of groups. This particular civic association's been invited to be a part of that group. And I can understand why right now they're refusing to do that because they don't want this on the site. They want housing. So why participate in something until after, that's a fact. But it is an open invitation to the community, somebody from that civic association to join us. We've had a lot of conversations where they did not want to join because they don't want it. And I can appreciate if you don't want it, I wouldn't want to do it either. But but I think once that happens, we will continue to open up to say, let's come together. Obviously, I'm well familiar with good neighbor agreements and all my years on city council, so I understand that, and we will. I have every intention of being the best community neighbor we can be, and I think you're going to find this to be a very low dense site. Most of the time. Occasionally, if you bring in a school bus, we got a place to put the kids inside to do the education thing, that kind of thing. So we can confine the activities with the buildings, but those buildings also resulted in the suggested use of the C2.
Well, it's interesting. I hope it goes well, but I hope the neighbors are not. I hope the neighbors' concerns are resolved because I can only imagine being the person across the street. So thanks.
I've got a question, Jeff. What is the site plan's a little tiny on the screen? What is the setback of the building setback? There, it looked like 79 feet, but I couldn't quite see.
Yeah, it's
80 feet.
What that was right there.
I think it's 80.
Okay.
Matt, Chris, do you know what that is?
Yes, sir. That's 80 feet right there.
80 feet.
Okay. I mean, I understand the neighbors on the south side of Wheatland, but street trees and an 80-foot setback to a fence and a building and green gardens, that's open green space in any part of the city. So I think the widening of the street is a key factor in making this thing be as unobtrusive as possible. And I liked it 4 years ago when we voted on it for the senior housing. So I'm in support of this.
Okay, I'm very much in support of it as well and have been since the insight. I'm excited that this is taking shape after what we've been through. And I think it will benefit the neighbors greatly. And I appreciate the concessions you made and backing off to the specific uses that you're going to do, the educational aspect of a neighborhood produce market. rather than something very intense. So unless somebody, Kay, you have a comment?
Yes, I just want to, I do appreciate the concern the neighbors have. I'm sympathetic to their concern, but when you look at the site plan and also the layout of the site plan, I think the food collective have been very sympathetic to their concern, because the tree line and the setback, which is supposed to be a park, I think would be a good ambience to the neighborhood and help soften whatever opposition they may have.
Okay, yeah, I think it makes sense, and the neighbors across the street are going to see a lot of green, and as Matt said, traffic was a one-off, rare occurrence last year, not likely to ever repeat itself. So we need to have a motion to use the May 12th site plan and the May 13th text, which was revised for this application.
So
Okay, Marty moved, Kay second. Okay.
Are you ready for the roll call? I didn't hear that. Amanda Golden?
Yes.
John Ingerson?
Yes.
Kayan Mukwe?
Yes.
Marty Anderson?
Yes.
And Chair Fitzpatrick? Chair, are you muted? You're muted.
A little gremlin here. Okay, we will go to case number 3.
Oh, Mike,
Did
you
you
haven't
vote
voted.
yes? Did you vote
What?
yes? We didn't hear your vote. Did you vote yes on the last one?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, you're approved. Case number 3 now, Z21-0206055 Refugee Road.
This is Z21-020-6055 Refugee Road. 32.17 acre site is undeveloped in the R Rural District. The applicant requests rezoning to the LR2 Limited Residential District for single unit residential development. North of the site is undeveloped land in the village of Bryce and single unit dwellings in the R Rural District. To the east is single unit residential development in the village of Bryce. South of the site is a multi-unit residential development in the ARLD Apartment Residential District, a single unit dwelling in the AR12 Apartment Residential District, and undeveloped land in the C2 Commercial District. West of the site is a single unit residential development in the R2 Residential District. The site is within the boundaries of the Southeast Land Use Plan, which recommends low density residential, open space, and office land uses at this location. The plan also includes complete adoption of the C2P2 design guidelines. The site is located within the boundaries of the Greater Southeast Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The limitation text includes restrictions and supplemental development standards that address the maximum number of dwelling units set at 107, rear yards, traffic access, shared use path, street trees, landscaping, building design, sidewalks, and parkland dedication. Additionally, the site will be developed in accordance with the submitted site plan. The Columbus Multimodal Thoroughfare Plan identifies this portion of Bryce Road as a suburban commuter corridor requiring 120 feet of right-of-way. I'll direct your attention to the supplemental packet, in which there are 3 documents. One is an email from Kenneth and Janice Ray, who live just south of the site at 3121 Bryce Road, who are concerned with any effect on their well water and flooding. And then a response from the applicant, in which EMH&T outlines the design features of the stormwater retention areas. The city department's recommendation is for approval. The requested LR2 limited residential district will allow a development of detached single-unit dwellings compatible with the density and development standards of adjacent residential properties. The proposal is also consistent with the land use recommendations of the Southeast Land Use Plan. The Planning Division has requested and received additional site plan details to confirm consistency with C2P2 design guidelines. Planning staff encourages the applicant to commit to elevations that include a front porch or do not include a protruding garage, but will not condition support on this commitment. Staff also continues to encourage the trail and the northeast corner's open space be extended through the eastern parkland and connect to the shared use path fronting on Bryce Road, as well as plant new trees in the parkland space, both in consultation with the Department of Recreation and Park. That concludes the presentation.
Okay, any comment, question from the commission? Traffic, Dan?
All traffic issues have been resolved.
All right, and is Kathy with us yet? I know this
She is
trail.
not.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
she
think
is. I think she will just work with this applicant during the subdivision plating phase.
Okay. I think she would have told you if she was against anything. Okay, there are no speakers that we're expecting on this case. Is the applicant here just to confirm your attendance?
Yes, this is Molly Gwynn.
Okay, Molly,
And I
you got staff approval and area commission approval. You've done your homework. Any further comments?
No, thank you. Thank you to planning staff and to the area commission. We appreciate all the effort on this application and look forward to starting.
Okay, this is a clean case. I think we are ready to call the roll at this time.
John Ingwerson.
Yes.
Kay Unwukwe.
Yes.
Marty Anderson.
Yes.
Amanda Golden.
Yes.
And Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved.
Thank you very much.
Case number 4, Z20-100, 999 Bonham Avenue.
The 10.87 acre site consists of 20 parcels developed with various storage buildings and a storage yard in the M Manufacturing District. The requested LAR1 limited apartment residential district will permit redevelopment of the site with a 204 unit apartment complex. North of the site across Bonham Avenue are an office educational building in the M Manufacturing District and a multiple dwelling development in the R4 residential district. To the east, south, and west are industrial buildings and storage yards in the M Manufacturing District. The site is within the planning area of the South Linden Land Use Plan, which recommends industrial and warehouse development for this location and includes adoption of the Columbus Citywide Planning Policies Design Guidelines. Despite this recommendation, Planning Division staff recognizes the site's location adjacent to residential and institutional uses, as well as to a transit hub at the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and East 11th Avenue as mitigating factors. A multi-unit residential proposal that includes an accessory commercial component with a high level of design and landscaping consistent with C2P2 guidelines warrants deviation from the plan recommendation and can be supported. The site is located within the boundaries of the South Linden Area Commission, whose recommendation is for disapproval. The limitation text includes maximum number of units and development standards that address setbacks, access, landscaping, and screening, and a commitment to a site plan. Concurrent CV 21-013 proposes up to 4,000 square feet of commercial space and includes variances to eliminate parking for the proposed commercial space and to reduce the south perimeter yard from 25 to 7 feet. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. The requested LAR1 limited apartment residential district will permit a multi-unit residential development with a maximum of 204 units. The limitation text includes a commitment to a site plan along with development standards addressing setbacks, access, and landscaping and screening. While the proposed use is inconsistent with the institutional and land use recommendation of the South Linden Land Use Plan, staff recognizes the site's location adjacent to residential and institutional uses, as well as to a transit hub at the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and East 11th Avenue, as mitigating factors for supporting this residential use. The request includes an accessory commercial component, a high level of design, and an extensive landscaping, and staff has reviewed conceptual building elevations, which are included, I believe, on the next slide, maybe. The request does not represent an introduction of incompatible use to the surrounding neighborhood and is consistent with C2P2 design guidelines. Therefore, staff's recommendation is for approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Dan, any traffic issues on this one?
All traffic issues are resolved.
Okay, and has Kathy told you, Shannon, anything she's got a concern with?
No concerns with this. I did forget to mention that there are some opposition speakers that I included in the supplemental packet and forwarded previously. But there will be a parkland dedication ordinance requirement with this development, and that will happen at the time of final site compliance review.
Okay, would the applicant like to make a comment here or wait for the opposition speakers to speak first?
Yes, good evening. This is Rebecca Mott with the Plank Law Firm at 411 East Town Street, Columbus, Ohio 43215. We're the attorney that represents the applicant. And as Shannon spoke, the property is surrounded on all sides by multifamily residential predominantly and manufacturing zoned properties. This proposal is to develop a multifamily residential apartment complex with 204 dwelling units within 9 buildings, and also commits to providing a total of 4,000 square feet of commercial space, which may include general retail and/or restaurant as shown on the site plan. The breakdown of the 204 units are 1-bedroom unit 60, 2-bedroom units 120, 3-bedroom units 24, and range in square footage from 723 square feet to 1,212 square feet per unit. The parking, there is a requirement for 306 parking spaces for residential dwelling and 44 parking spaces total for the retail and restaurant spaces for a requirement of 350 parking spaces total. We are providing 321 parking spaces. 42 of those are in garages and 279 would be surface spaces. There's also 20 bicycle spaces that are required and 20 bicycle spaces provided. For access to the property, there will be 4 full-service curb cuts and access points from Bonham Road provided on the site plan. And in terms of landscaping and fencing, there will be a 6 to 8 foot or 6 to 8 foot opaque privacy fence installed along the eastern, southern, and western boundary lines of the property, and a landscaped mound that will be 3 feet in height along the northeastern boundary line and 6 feet in height along the eastern boundary line. The landscaping on the mound will consist of deciduous trees and evergreens, including spruce trees, and that will grow to be 40 feet in height over the years at full maturity. The perimeter yard shall also contain trees and shrubs except the southern boundary line that will have the fence and the garage building structures, which will act as a buffer and screen. In addition, the comprehensive land use plan for the area is under the One Linden Plan. The One Linden Plan provides for a mixed use in this neighborhood of diverse housing stock and commercial uses, with retail and restaurant uses along Cleveland Avenue. And the Linden One Plan also talks about respecting the long-term residents, improving the condition of housing, and creating diverse housing options for multiple income levels and improve tenant-landlord relationships. The applicant then proposes to construct this mixed-use multifamily residential development that will increase the housing stock in the community and expand the types of housing in the area. The multifamily units will be affordable and be marketable to the younger singles and childless couples that dominate the potential new residents listed in the One Linden plan. The city leadership, as you know, is encouraging affordable housing within the city's jurisdiction, and this is a prime site for affordable multifamily residential development. The proposed 4,000 square feet of commercial development at the northwest corner of the property is in line with the One Linden plan's desire for mixed-use development at or near Cleveland Avenue. The South Linden plan at page 26 recommends industrial and warehouse uses on the property, but applicant proposes a mixed-use development with less objectionable uses relative to intensity, noise, odor, truck traffic, etc., than the current zoning permits. So next, if we go to affordability, the rents that will be affordable to those in the area will be those that make 60% or less in area median income, and that is 55% of Linden residents and 68% of Linden renters. The rents will be between $750 for a one-bedroom to $950 for a three-bedroom. There will be low income tax credit financing for this project. And just turning to the neighborhood meetings, because this applicant has worked extensively with the neighborhood on several meetings and discussions regarding the plan and went through many modifications and iterations to adjust and reconcile comments and feedback received by the neighborhood group. There was a discussion in December 9th with the chair, Peggy Williams, regarding a general support for the concept plan and a very complimentary use of the amenity package. We were then invited to attend the January meeting of the South Linden Area Commission to present. During the January meeting, that was January 6th, there were three major comments and concerns raised regarding that initial site plan. One comment was to request a further reduction in the rents. So the rents were adjusted downward to meet that comment. Then the next point was they wanted job creation, and the initial site plan did not include commercial, so this developer included the commercial component nearest Cleveland Avenue. In addition, there was concern about the proximity to industrial uses, but those uses exist and they're there, and this is the highest and best use for the property. And again, there were many adjustments made. And then in January, the same month, 2 weeks later, there was a second iteration of the site plan to address those primary concerns. And there was further engagement with the community by the developer through conversations with Aspire, CMHA, Ohio Housing Finance Agency, Godman Guild, and the Columbus City Schools, who are supportive of this development. And lastly, there was a South Linden Area Commission meeting on February 3rd, and there was a receptive tone to the proposal at that time. And the developer really took the time to talk about how they had made several adjustments to the plan over time. So first, there was a 15% reduction in the rents, approximately $100 per unit. There was an extension of the affordability commitment for 45 years. There was subsidized Wi-Fi for each unit with access to free Wi-Fi in the clubhouse. And with regard to job creation, the developer stated that within the 4,000 square foot of commercial space, there would be an estimated 14 new jobs, including 4 full-time property management positions making $40,000 to $70,000 per year, and 10 positions estimated for commercial space. There is a partnership now with Aspire, Godman Guild, and Columbus City Schools to provide career training and placement on site at no cost to residents, similar to the Legacy Point development at Poindexter CMHA. There's also a dedicated career center or training center that will allow for in-person and online training. There will be this proximity to industrial uses, but with that, the developer has expanded the landscaped mound and has increased its height in places from 3 feet to 6 feet. And like I mentioned, the landscaping that will be provided on the mound will provide a height of 40 feet once it's mature, which is over twice the buffer height compared to Rosewind Apartments to the north. Again, there will be a 6-foot to 8-foot fence along the eastern, southern, and western boundaries. So that will buffer the use from the industrial uses surrounding the property. And then finally, in the March meeting that the South Linden Area Commission meeting, or that they held, the developer was actually not invited to attend. And even though the tone was receptive to the project in the previous meeting, there was an email where there was a recommendation of disapproval from the neighborhood group, citing this site should be used as a business site versus a housing site. The Linden Area Commission does recognize the need for affordable housing, and they did present 3 alternative sites for the developer's review. The developer did review those 3 sites, 2 of which are not in the Linden area, and none of which would be a good site for multifamily housing. And if you look at our site plan, if someone could switch to our site plan in the presentation, there is a very small finger of real property that juts out and fronts on Cleveland Avenue. It only has a 90-foot frontage on Cleveland Avenue. So even with our addition of the commercial spaces in that pink shaded color, we can't make it get any closer to Cleveland Avenue. And this just goes to show that for all practical purposes and responsible land planning purposes, this site is a much better multifamily housing site than a business site or commercial site. Again, the use variance and the few area variances we need are minor. They are actually being triggered based on the neighborhood group's ask and request for the commercial component. The commercial component makes us need a use variance for the LAR1 district, and the commercial component has kicked in the need for the parking area variance. Therefore, in relationship to dealing with the neighborhood group, when we provided everything they requested, it has kicked in the need for the variances. And with that, I think since you have all the arguments in front of you in your package related to area practical difficulties test, use variance test, etc., I will not go through those factors on this meeting, but would rather just take your questions.
All right, let's hear from our 3 speakers, and then we'll round up and come back to you with questions to follow up with. First speaker listed is George Walker. 3 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is George Walker Jr. I'm a past chair of South Linden Area Commission and one of the community leaders. I'm totally for economic development, but can't see putting that multi-housing development in this area. It already have apartments across from it, which is Rosewind. Linden has lost a lot of businesses in Linden, in South Linden. Church's Chicken, gone. Kroger's gone. McDonald's gone. Super X gone. Family Dollar just left. Linden Cafe gone, which resulted in a number of residents losing their jobs here in Linden. A couple of my neighbors asked me whether this rumor was true that we're going to have a multi-family housing project put in South Linden, and if it was true. And then they told me, said, look, because I walk around the neighborhood, said, look, our jobs could be in jeopardy if that project gets approved. On that land back there, there's a company that's called Environmental Recycle Group, which is one of the businesses that is back there, and it's located in that area. And quite a few people are actually employed, which I won't bring their names up, but they are asking me to save their jobs. We can't afford to lose any more jobs in Linden. This means a lot to me. last Saturday, I went out to visit my mother and my dad, which are out. I visited their grave. I told them both, and I told him because he used to be a chair of South Linden, that finally we have the LED lights going down Cleveland Avenue that was promised to us way back in 2002. But we still haven't taken care of the abandoned houses and the housing project, the housing that are in here in Linden. I just can't see it happening. First of all, it's not zoned for multi-family housing there. Second of all, it is industry. Can you see you walking outside and a child have an accident out there, and I could see it happening? I'm going to tell you, as a resident of Linden, I hope that you would vote no on this and not have that housing area coming inside here. And again, I want you to understand that Linden has a rich history. Also, I meant to say one other thing.
You're going to have to wrap it up. We're running out of time here.
Yeah, I also be reminded every day when I look and it says, "Welcome to Linden." It says 2 signs that say, "Welcome to Linden." Those 2 signs that were put up there was put out there by my father. He had told me, if you listen to a person that comes and tell me they're going to put something in Linden the first time, whatever they tell you they're going to do the first time, that's what they're going to do. And I listened to the commission meeting, all 5 of them, and the things that the attorney had just got through saying, I didn't hear. What I heard is a person pushing a project, and again, it's going to be like Family Dollar, gone.
It's been
Thank
3
you.
minutes.
All right, let's go to the next speaker, Sunday Corner.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Sunday Corner. I am a South Linden area resident, and I am also the chair of the South Linden Area Commission. I kind of just want to speak to some of the things that the attorney was referencing, just to make some corrections in what she stated. There were a couple of things that are not accurate. And speaking with the One Linden Plan, the One Linden Plan does speak to affordable housing in the sense of, as well, home ownership, not just from a perspective of renting. The One Linden Plan also speaks to jobs and job creation. We understand the city's plight for affordable housing, and that's why the commission did grant a variance for affordable housing to be built on the corner of 11th at 71. This assent did come to the area commission. Peggy Williams is the chair of the zoning commission, not the chair of the South Linden Area Commission, just for clarification there. Assent did go through the zoning commission first. She did hear them as she should, being a part of the zoning, and then it was brought to the commission for a vote. Assent was able to participate in every meeting that we had. The email that the attorney is referencing does not state that they could not come. It just stated that they didn't need to present again after they had already presented about 4 times. Additionally, the conversation that was had was not a request from the community. It was more of a request from Assent saying, okay, because you guys don't want this, what can we possibly do that would make the situation better so that we can do this? It was more of a conversation asking what we from the state of South Linden wanted in our community. So we kind of did a brainstorming. We want more jobs. We want, more creation of where individuals can actually have a living wage and support themselves. So that's where Assent came back and said, oh, well, we're going to build a career center. Well, a career center is great, but we already have that. We have training sources already. We need actual physical jobs. Enviro Recycling is providing that. They're providing jobs to individuals within our community. So to remove jobs where people are able to support themselves with a living wage in order to create affordable housing, where they will then have to kind of depend on the system in order to actually have a place to stay, makes no sense to me. Why would we remove jobs within our community? As George Walker was trying to state, we've lost so many jobs already. And now you want to take away additional jobs by placing this 204 apartment complex in this location right in front of this manufacturing building where someone is creating and sustaining those jobs for us. I understand the trees. I understand what they're trying to do in their perspective, but we did tell them American Edition, which is right off of 17th and Joyce and is within that footprint in order for them to get their tax abatement that they're so hard looking for, can actually sustain this same apartment complex. From that standpoint, you know, the career center, great, but unfortunately, that's not actual jobs like EnviroSource is providing to our community. They went from 4 property managers at 40 to 70,000. You haven't even assessed your audience. You know, you're saying that they're going to create jobs, but they're not creating jobs within Linden. You know, is there anyone available within Linden that can fill that $40,000 to $70,000 job range that you're referencing? No? Well, guess what? EnviroSource is hiring individuals from Linden. So just like, you know, the One Linden Plan states affordable housing, it also speaks to jobs, and those jobs are being created by this company that is already there. We would ask that you guys stick with the current zoning of manufacturing and allow EnviroSource to go ahead and expand the job opportunities that they are already providing to create additional jobs on that additional property that they're already utilizing. EnviroSource is utilizing this property already that this company is trying to come in and take away and build this affordable housing unit on. With that stated, I would like to thank, go ahead.
Go ahead, finish up.
Okay. I would like to thank you guys for just hearing us out, being the chair of the South Linden Area Commission and an actual resident within the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your very precise comments. Okay, James T. Wilson.
Good evening. My name is James Wilson. I am the Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operating Officer for Enviro Recycling Group. It is a 100% green recycling contractor that started back in 2007. Our original address was 1155 Bonham Avenue. Just a brief history on myself and my wife, Lisa Wilson. We are both products of the Linden area. I grew up at 1397 East 22nd Avenue. I attended St. Augustine Elementary School. After that, I went to St. James, both of which are in the Linden footprint. My wife attended Linmore Elementary School, and she was a graduate of the Linden McKinley High School, where she was the homecoming queen. We had a ton of options in locating our business. One of the things that was important to us was where we would have the most impact, where we would have the most outreach, where there was more of a need for what we do. And it wasn't a requirement for education for you to be productive and earn a living wage, like Sunday said. So we decided at 1155 Bonham Avenue to actually take up roots, and we've been there. Now, the business has thrived over the years. Since 2007, we have grown exponentially. Some of the projects that our company is known for is when the city decided to tear down 109 North Front, we were hired by Dorr & Associates to repurpose the construction byproduct for reuse on other city projects. That's our expertise. We focus on reducing the carbon footprint. We focus on repurposing the product so it doesn't just end up in a landfill. That being said, projects like that require a ton of labor. And I know that there has been some conversation on the price point for the wages that we pay. Just a brief overview of the last 3 years. In 2018, we had $1 million worth of aggregate payroll and subcontractor benefits paid by Enviro. In 2019, it was 1.2. And during the COVID, when you thought that things would actually have gone down, we are an essential contractor, and thus all of our contributions went up to $1.6 million. This is to take care of not only 30 to 35 active full-time employees, but to also take care of a number of minority brokers and subcontractors that live off of this company. I'm very passionate about our approach and the effects of our approach on our neighborhood or in our neighborhood. So we have had extensive conversations with the South Linden Area Commission. We have extensive meetings with the city of Columbus. It took exactly 2.5 years to formulate a acceptable site compliance plan because our site is humongous. The land that we own and control is 33 acres. There's not a site that size in the city. And the city was focused on our impact to the neighborhood and to our neighbors. So we have taken painstaking effort and investment with law firms and consultants, Sands Decker, in creating a site compliance plan that works in the form and fashion that the city intended. We have met the demand of all the inspections thus far. And like Sunday said, the land in question, 999 Bonham, we expanded into that parcel and have been renting that land for the last 2.5 years. We actually migrated into it October of 2018 and have been there, or 17, I think, and have been there ever since. For us,
Over 3 minutes.
What's that?
James,
Been over 3
our
minutes.
limit is 3 minutes, same as city
Oh, I'm
council.
sorry.
Can we wrap us up
I
here real
appreciate the
quick?
time.
All right, I appreciate your input. I went to Aquinas High School back in the day, and half the guys I went to school with were St. Augustine graduates and lived in Milo Grogan. So I know what it's like to have roots in Linden. Are there any comments or questions by any of the commission members?
Yes.
Yes, John.
To the last speaker, so are you, when I look at the Google Earth map of Enviro Recycling Group, are you losing property that you are currently using to this development? And do you also continue all the way? Do you still have that finger along the railroad track that goes all the way down to Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, sir. So the property that they're looking to develop, we own not only the eastern side of it, but the southern side of it. We were approved by the city 2.5 years ago to have pile heights of between 30 and 40 feet. One of the things that I had noticed in their development plan that they were going to have a 3 to 5 foot mound with a 6 to 8 foot fence, which would leave about 22 feet of uncovered view of our dirt piles, concrete piles, and things like that. We are presently on that 11 acres that they're looking to develop. It is necessary to our growth. That 11 acres, if in fact we are lucky enough to get it, will increase our number of employees needed by another 20 to 25 people, because we will then have additional space that we can grow into for retail of all of our products, all of our finished material, and that's the job creation that we're looking for. When that's all said and done, we will actually be employing almost 60 people, most of which will be coming from the Linden area. We don't pay $10 an hour. We've got truck drivers that make $25 and $30 an hour. We've got laborers that make $18 and $20 an hour. So it's not our intent to perpetuate a system of having low-paying jobs. We are trying to get people that have been disenfranchised and forgotten in an industry that has the ability to pay decent wages and sustain families and family incomes. And that's what we're a proponent of. If we are put in direct zoning conflict with this multifamily apartment building, I just don't see that we would be able to sustain the barrage of issues that we would have on a daily basis. I don't know how you build an apartment complex next to a pile of dirt that's 40 feet in the air, or a pile of concrete that's 40 feet in the air. I don't know how you have an apartment complex next to a site that crushes concrete and repurposes asphalt. I mean, this site has been manufacturing for over 100 years. It used to be the old railroad. So I understand housing is a necessity. We can appreciate that. But if we've got something that already works and it is reaching out in the community and creating opportunity, I don't know why we would shake it up. And after I've been through 2.5 years with the city, a ton of personal investment, personal hardship just in creating the model for site compliance that you guys had intended, to put me in direct harm with this development would basically put our business out of business. And as a result, we wouldn't be able to compete, because I don't see how we do that when you've got an out-of-state developer with unlimited capital going against a struggling minority enterprise. It's already hard enough. And I don't understand how this was even approved when every inspector that comes out, even today, Jeff Imhoff with the Salvage Yard Licensing Division of the City of Columbus, is completely confused as to how this is even a thing when we just got approved for use a year or two ago. It makes no sense. And then my neighbor, that's a salvage yard just to the east of me, he has permanent zoning. So he's not going anywhere.
James, you make my point rather well, but personalize it. You know, the traditional zoning for manufacturing, especially the less or the more intense uses, has been along the rail system. And if you look at the Joyce Avenue to Cleveland Avenue and along the rail line of that goes along 670, it's all manufacturing. And I have a real problem. I mean, I understand the city needs housing and affordable housing, but if you're chasing out your jobs and you're limiting the manufacturing down to where there isn't anymore, there's a problem. And I can understand Rebecca's position that the highest and best use of the property might be residential as far as highest and best use for a return, but I don't feel that putting a housing development next to a recycling operation that you describe as yours makes any sense at all. And I just I feel like you know, planning and the actual zoning of things is in a real quandary right now where it comes to residential development, and they're looking to put it in areas that are going to compromise the ability of the residents to earn a localized living. So that's my take.
John, I agree with you 100%. The apartments aren't a bad use, but this is not a good place for that. And there's no chance the commercial will be successful set back behind Cleveland Avenue and out of sight totally. I think it's a reasonable use, but certainly not the right location. And I couldn't agree more with chasing all those jobs away. And as any architect knows, if you want to get any kind of LEED grace, you have to recycle materials. Kay, do you have any comment?
Yes. I think the idea of approving this site for residential is actually counterproductive to what the city has been trying to do to increase workforce in Linden area. This company, environmental company, I think is doing a good job. I'm familiar with the company in the sense that the workers they need, the type of skill set that is needed to do the work they do is not necessarily a college degree or necessarily a high school degree, but you just need necessary skill set to drive the truck and operate the machineries. So the other thing is this, the environmental has a lot of trucks. So along that road, you have a lot of noise being generated by the machinery and also by the truck. And then suddenly you are having a residential development next to it, which of course we all know what is going to happen is eventually the tenants will start complaining. And then that will be an undue hardship on the owner of the business. So I think I appreciate the idea of trying to meet the housing demand the city of Columbus needs, but I think this site is the wrong site for such a development.
Okay, Marty, any comments from you?
I have to agree with what I've heard, and I don't have the answer to balancing, you know, the need for more housing, and I'm particularly concerned about the various definitions of what is affordable. Honestly, a one-bedroom unit in the location that's being proposed at $750 doesn't necessarily sound truly affordable to me. Maybe it's just a combination of the location, and I didn't ask for square footage, so I really shouldn't express that opinion. But I agree with Kay and with John. I think it's a mistake here.
And Amanda, do you have any comments, please?
No, I think it's a challenging situation. I think the site is challenging. Generally, I think it's challenging to bring manufacturing jobs that would support the current use. So I think it's a very challenging site to make a decision on. However, I do think that we need affordability and we need affordable housing. And, you know, by definition, $700 a month for a one bedroom seems to be what is going for affordable housing and what the rents are. So I'm a little bit torn as to how I will vote.
This is Rebecca Mott. May I make 3 points, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much. The current landowner of these 21 parcels that is part of the subject property and application is owned by Phil Rowe Land Co. LLC. They're the property owner. They've joined on the application for this rezoning request in full support of its proposed uses. For this development, we have that signature, obviously, and they do support the rezoning application. In addition, the expansion that the current operator is talking about would take place on this site, but it's not there now. And their current number of employees for their entire operation, as testified to, was 30 to 35 employees. And so with any expansion, I don't know how many additional numbers they would create, but we're going to offer 14 full-time employees. So I believe with that you have an owner who's the owner of the property who supports this proposed use and application. You've got a great use for this site that supports the vision of the city of Columbus and the One Linden Plan. And you also have an operator that just operates on the property, but it's just a portion of the property they want to expand upon. Means we're not taking jobs from anyone. And this would create jobs. So I believe we're giving you everything you've asked for, as well as the neighborhood group. I really do believe this is the highest and best use for the property. We do believe this is a perfect multifamily housing development site. Thank you.
Rebecca, can I add a comment to that as the developer?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mike Rodriguez with Ascent Development Group. Appreciate all the comments. I just wanted to add just a couple points. Rebecca, I think you hit on most of the things, but we've been in conversation with the Southland Area Commission for about 4.5 months, and we've received a lot of really good feedback, and we were able to deliver on all the comments and suggestions that we received. During these meetings, we were told that Enviro Recycling, who is currently leasing the property, the owner, Phil Williams, had the property for sale for a while, and there was no interest from any manufacturing or industrial offers that he received. So our offer was the one and only offer for the site. During the meetings, we did understand that Enviro Recycling was leasing the property and employing approximately 9 people on this site at $12 to $15 an hour. So that represented about a $275,000 investment in payroll. With our 14 estimated positions, we're estimating about $500,000 investment in payrolls, with those jobs marketed directly to the South Linden neighborhood. In addition to the neighboring use, we did reach out significantly to Rosewood Apartments and CMHA, who were very supportive of this development and very much found it in need. They indicated that they took a poll of property management and residents. They have not received any feedback or complained of any nuisances, noise, or site, and they're only located about 150 feet from the site, directly across the street, and our buffer would be larger than that. Finally, the CMHA did mention they do have a property that they just opened, Legacy Point at Poindexter, and this property is located just 1.5 miles south of our proposed site. And just anecdotally, to let you know the need in the community, there's 500 families. There's over 500 families currently on that wait list at Legacy Point, and their rents are also at 60% AMI and equivalent to the rents that we're proposing at Bottom Point. So just in summary, we did receive 3 other site recommendations from SLAC. The first 2 were located at 17th and Joyce Avenue, adjacent to a salvage scrapyard. And it was also located out of the Linden Community Reinvestment Area, which would make it not eligible for any tax abatement. The third site was located north. It was located at 2170 Howie Road. The site was about half the size, and it was located adjacent to I-71, which we know OFA will have issues issuing any tax credits for sites adjacent to an interstate. So we found it incredibly difficult finding an appropriate site in South Linden to address this housing need. This was one of the very few, really the only site that we thought was large enough and that met with the neighboring amenities that would provide residents with value. So again, I appreciate the time for letting me speak.
All right, I think we got a grasp of what we're up against. Is very difficult.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, can I respond just to the couple things that Mike Rodriguez said, and it'll take just 2 seconds.
All right, you got 2 seconds.
First of all, we were the first person to be in contract when the land became available. We were approved for a loan to purchase the land. The appraisal came back on the land at 900,000, and Phil wanted 1.15 million. The problem at that time is they don't offer tax credit money or city subsidized money for private owners and minority contractors to purchase land $250,000 beyond what the appraised value was. We couldn't close on the deal because we couldn't make up the gap. The other thing is Mike is creating $500,000 in jobs. If you had listened to what I had said earlier, just in 2020 during the pandemic, we had contributed in payroll, in subcontractor payments and broker payments, almost $1.6 million, 3 times what he's creating by building this new site. Lastly, I would say I had afforded Michael with other opportunities in the American Edition, land that could be assembled to maybe not build 204 at one site, but you could probably do more than that in multiple sites within the American Edition. There's infrastructure there that the city's invested $9 million. They want residential housing, single family, multifamily. So dismantling the company that's going to do that already has 35 jobs. If we were able to buy the 11 acres because it becomes available, we'll create another 25. We'll specifically have 60 new jobs or 60 current high-paying jobs on the footprint of this parcel. That's all I had to say.
All right, thank you for your input. I think we've heard both sides of this issue.
Chair,
Yes.
somebody from the South Linden Area Commission is on the WebEx and asked if they could please briefly speak. I'm not sure if it's a Mr. or Mrs., but first name is Mayo.
Yes, 3 minutes, please, fast.
If they're still on the call.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. May I speak? Okay, so introduction wise, my name is Mayo McKinday, and I'm a man. I'm South Linden Area Commissioner, Vice Chair, and I live right here in Linden, right on Cleveland Avenue here. I want to first of all say that I don't think that this might be the fault of just the developer here, or maybe just the community. I think they're being thrown into something that's not their fault, because the first time they came into our development committee meeting, zoning meeting, as an area commission, the lawyer had mentioned something that caught my attention because I'd never heard such a thing before. He had said that the way they knew, he was introducing the developer, saying they're from Indianapolis or somewhere in Indiana, and the way they knew about this was the city was enticing developers and saying that they can get 10-year tax abatements if they came into Linden to do apartment buildings. And I'm looking to myself, that is he actually saying this on a meeting? But definitely, we know that that's not our agenda in South Linden. I don't know if it's the legislative branch or the executive branch of the city that's doing it, telling them people that, but that's not our agenda. What we are wanting, we do want development. We don't have anything against development. What we want is development that can induce economical development. We know about the abandoned apartments and all around Linden and what that causes in our community. We want opportunity for income to be able to balance the income inequality that we have in Columbus. This is the one of the lowest income area in Columbus. You can go across the 71 to Clintonville, and it's about $125,000 to $150,000 income over there. You come back over here, it's about $25,000 to $15,000 income. So this is something that we should be solving as a city together, not having developers, so to speak. Like today, I feel like the reason why we're in this meeting is like I feel like we're being bullied. We've already had 5 meetings to tell them that we cannot afford to just have more apartments. We need development that's going to create jobs, not one that's going to promise some job training. We have job training institutes all around the city. So I mean, again, I don't think it's just their fault. Somebody told them that information they said from the city. I don't know if it's some executive branch or legislative branch of the city, but again, I know in Linden, our agenda is trying to find development that will create jobs. So, and I want to make sure that that's being heard, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for what you guys are all doing.
Okay, Mayo, thank you for your input. I think it's time to call the roll at this point. It's 7:40 and we're only 4 cases into a 16-case agenda. Please call the roll.
Kay Anwukwe,
No.
Marty Anderson,
No.
Amanda Golden,
No.
John Ingwerson,
No.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
No. You got a nice plan, but the wrong place for it to happen. I agree with the last speaker and in fact, all 3 speakers. Okay, so this case is completed. It's 7:40. Shannon, you mentioned a 15-minute break around the 7:30 hour. Is that the wish of the commission? Any comments? Who wants to press on?
Yeah, we press on and maybe take a break in
Later.
about a half hour or so if
All
needed.
right, let's do it. I'm for it. It's case number 5, Z20-050, 1104 Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, the site consists of, oops, 1 second. There we go. The site consists of 5 parcels developed with an office building in the C4 commercial and M manufacturing districts. The site is in the Milo Grogan urban commercial overlay. The applicant requests a CPD commercial plan development district to redevelop it as a fuel sales facility and convenience store. North of the site is a warehouse in the LM limited manufacturing district. South of the site is an eating and drinking establishment in the C5 commercial district and commercial retail uses in the C4 commercial district. East of the site is an eating and drinking establishment in the C4 commercial district. West of the site is a manufacturing building and vacant land in the M manufacturing district. The site is located within the planning boundaries of the Milo Grogan neighborhood plan, which recommends office and commercial uses at this location. Additionally, the plan includes the adoption of the Columbus citywide planning policies design guidelines. The site is located within the boundaries of the Milo Grogan Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The CPD text establishes permitted uses and supplemental development standards that address building and parking setbacks, traffic access and circulation, landscaping, street trees, building design and materials, and includes a commitment to redevelop the site in accordance with the submitted site plan and building elevations. Additionally, the text includes variances to urban commercial overlay development standards that include building and parking setbacks, building design requirements, minimum building width requirements, and parking and circulation locations. The requested CPD commercial plan development district will permit redevelopment of the site with a fuel station and convenience store. The CPD text establishes appropriate use restrictions and supplemental development standards. and includes commitments to develop the site in accordance with the submitted site plan and elevation. The proposal is somewhat consistent with the Milo Grogan Neighborhood Plan's recommendation for office and commercial uses on the site. While staff supports the frontage, landscaping, and street trees as demonstrated on the site plan, staff continues to not support the site plan as presented and requests the building be moved towards either the Cleveland Avenue or East Fifth Avenue frontage with full support. Additionally, staff notes that the current layout, the proposed building presents a blank wall to Cleveland Avenue, inconsistent with design guidelines stating blank walls should not be presented towards primary streets, and therefore our city department's recommendation is for disapproval.
Okay, traffic issues, Dan?
A traffic impact study has been approved for this application. An eastbound left turn lane will be required to be constructed at the proposed full access point to East Fifth Avenue. That commitment is in the text. As part of detailed design for this site, the applicant will need to work with the adjacent property owners to the east to acquire additional right-of-way in order to accommodate the widening that would be needed for that turn lane. All Division of Traffic Management, other comments have been resolved.
Okay. And does Kathy have any input, Shannon?
Comments from Kathy. It's a commercial to commercial zoning, so no PDO required.
Okay, great. All right. The applicant is here. There are no speakers listed for this case.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Christopher Lohr, Planning Manager, so I can answer any questions there are with planning's position on this case, if there are any.
I have a question. This is a very awkward piece of property. And we've had, over the years, we've had grocery stores that couldn't correctly get located along the front building line and successfully pull off the dual main entry. And pretty much the same things happen with these kind of gas station issues. What flexibility do you have with the general concept of pushing the building to a building line in this situation with this piece of property?
So in this site, the urban commercial overlay applies. And so we've been pretty consistent, including a BZA case just to the west on Cleveland Avenue for an auto parts store to ensure that they had frontage and were generally compliant with the urban commercial overlay for that site. That was just over a year ago in 2020. And so it's the same situation here. And we've been asking this for sheets throughout the city as they come through, is to have a building that fronts and addresses your right-of-way. In this case, there's two different right-of-ways that we think that they could address to make that happen. And so that's what we're looking for. We're supportive of the use, but still looking for some improvements on the design.
All right. Let's have the applicant, Mike Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Mike Shannon on behalf of the applicant. With me tonight is Todd Smoots, who's the Senior Director of Development and Project Site Compliance. And I wanted Todd to be able to have share capabilities for purposes of the presentation. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, this case is remarkably similar to the next case where Thornton's is also the applicant. It's remarkably similar because at both locations we're proposing a $5 million investment into the local communities. In both cases, in this case with Milo Grogan, after a multitude of meetings, we were able to develop consensus and unanimous support from the Milo Grogan Civic Association, as we were on the subsequent case, which is further south. In going through the regulatory process, we received approval from every regulatory agency with the exception of the Division of Planning, who insists that we bring the building to the front and put the pumps in the back. It is the same scenario on case number 6 with our gas station. With the unanimous approval of the area commission, understanding the overlay requirements, planning is still insisting on that site that we bring the building up to US 23 and put the fuel stations that the public will be using to the rear of the store. I can go into more detail about our opposition to this overlay standard, but in the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, Todd could go through a presentation that would be viable really for both sites. We'd have to obviously address item 6 as a separate case, but it would perhaps get you closer back on your agenda time. So with that, with the leave of the chair, I'd like Todd to go through a presentation about what we've done at this particular site, and then I'll summarize our opposition to the overlay requirement at the end of that. Is that okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please go forward.
Todd, could you introduce yourself? Todd.
My name is Todd Smith. I'm the Senior Development Project Manager for Thornton's. My office is located at 2600 James Thornton Way in Louisville, Kentucky. I wanted to point out on both of these C-store developments that we're proposing, we implement four-side architecture. It's really a best-in-class looking building. There's no back of house that's unseemly that would be exposed to the community. It's all clad with Nijiha faux stone and faux brick building materials, and nearly meets the glazing requirement in the front here. We've been working with staff to provide adequate building articulation on the exterior elements and to comply with the code as much as possible. Understanding that within a C-store, there's quite a bit of cooler space and quite a bit of prep areas and restrooms that you have to contend with. This is the rear of the building. It's the same materials that are shown on the front with rooftop screening so that the air conditioning heating units will not be visible from the ground. Side, the same building materials. Rear side here. This is our fuel canopy. We elect to wrap all of our canopy columns in the same faux brick and stone as we show on the exterior veneer of the C-store, just because we think it looks nicer and it's complementary to our architecture on the building. This is our dumpster enclosure, which is clad with the same materials as the building, the Nijiha faux brick and stone, and a metal louvered gate system. I wanted to briefly tell you a little bit about Thornton's. We're a company that has 200 stores strong. We're a $2 billion company. We employ 3,000 employees, and within the city of Columbus, we have 5 stores currently. So this and High Street and Deering side would be our 6th and 7th stores within the city of Columbus. And last year we were acquired by British Petroleum, so we're capitalized and we're looking to grow. Really in this time, with all the isolation that's ensued with the COVID pandemic, we want to highlight that our concern is with our community and with the people that we serve, and we want it to be a positive, engaging experience when they come to our stores. So that's reflected in our company values, that everyone counts, and we want to delight our guests when they come to our stores, understanding that some people might not see but a few people during their day. And we cheer for each other, we encourage each other in our work and in our private lives, and we have fun together as much as possible in these times. And we're always striving for what is better, and we're restlessly dissatisfied with the status quo. I want to point out last year that with our 200 store opening, we gave $200,000 to the food banks that are located within the cities in which we operate. And we also had a coffee promotional where we were donating several cents every coffee cup for every cup that was sold to local food banks and communities. And we actually gave $2,500. We're pledging to give $2,500 to the Ohio area food bank as part of our development in Milo Grogan. We also have, show you truth in advertising here. This is an artist rendering that was completed of a store that we opened recently elsewhere. And a couple slides, I'll show you a photo of the same building here. This is the interior of our store. So it's clean. We use a larger 18-inch architectural floor tile. So we are focused on good customer experience. We understand that we have to balance light wash on the property line with safe fueling operations and have adequate fueling or adequate lighting under the fuel canopy, but be cut off the property line. And it's remarkable these days how LED fixtures can severely dim within 5 feet of the canopy. So we're able to light the canopy well and the area around the store so it's safe for our customers at night, not spill light out onto the surface roadway. And this is an actual rendering of the street side view on Fifth Avenue for this store. And this is the store that I showed you before, recently completed. Some truth in advertising there that building exactly what we propose. This particular side, as my counselor pointed out, is difficult because it wraps the street corner. There's an existing Church's Chicken here who we've been discussing with, and is excited about our development here because of the cross-pollination that would normally ensue with a fried chicken place and a gas station, or sharing the customers that would come into one or to both of our sites here. I've personally approached the 3 adjacent landowners to the east, and we have made an offer to them to compensate them for the fair market value of their property, to dedicate that property to the city of Columbus for future right-of-way. And so Wendy's and Allied Supply and KFC have all conceptually approved that. I wanted to highlight the economic impacts. Heard a lot of discussion about the importance of jobs. And we bring 8 full-time positions with this new store and 4 part-time positions with annual salaries of $315,000 a year. Our total revenue for the first year is projected to be $2.7 million, and a great deal of that will go to local and state taxes. Our state fuel tax will be giving to the state of Ohio will be $1.7 million. And we will be giving $62,000 of property tax to the county, and $60,000 to the city of Columbus in sales tax revenue, another $15,000 of property tax to the city. During our discussions with the Milo Grogan area, made some definite commitments to give back to the community. We want to be engaged with our community where we work, and committed to them that we will hire locally, as we want to anyway, because we want to employ people that are within the area that understand the community and can serve them best. And we've committed to donate $2,500 to the Mid-Ohio Food Bank here, and $2,500 to the local elementary school. We also have a Champ Cares program, which is a $4,500 grant program for people, our employees that are in need. They have a medical emergency or a disaster in their life. They're able to get a grant from the company that does not have to be paid back, because we want to take care of our employees through those times of adversity. We do Angel Tree sponsorships, where we sponsor approximately 100 families in need, giving them food around Christmas time and presents for the children. And we participate in sponsor the Susan G. Komen Race for the Cure to find a cure for cancer. And when we open a store in a local community, we partner with the local food pantry so that the food that is coming up to the expiration date, that's not the freshest, it's donated to the local food pantry so that it can be used and not wasted. And we're committed to continue to grow with the Milo Grogan area, and we're interested in any ideas that they'd have so that we could grow tighter knit together. I would tell you that we give each of our employees 1 day paid off every year to do volunteer work within the community. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. I'm happy to entertain any questions you might have.
All right, Todd, I have a comment that the renderings you showed of the Thorntons are excellent. However, the renderings look like something you would see at a freeway ramp exit and not in the city. Did you hear the previous case discussion?
Yes, sir, about the family unit homes.
Right. This area, South Linden, all of Linden, is trying to take a step forward and clean things up. And what we've accomplished in previous cases over the years, when you run into the conflict between the concept, the planning goal of getting a building along the street to fill in the missing tooth kind of empty hole, is creating some piers, some brick piers. I'm looking at the site plan for the case we're talking about now. 4 piers with some fence between the 3 openings along Cleveland and also along Fifth, that would provide some body to the experience of someone walking down the sidewalk or driving by in their car, and not just looking across a lawn and a few bushes and the parking lot and the activity at the gas station. With the kind of money you're talking about, a $5 million investment, these things would not be prohibitively expensive, but they would begin to compensate for the lack of having one of your 4 building walls up along the street where it really gets in the way of what customers are trying to accomplish. Is that something that your client or you would find acceptable?
Yes, sir, that would be acceptable and provide a little bit of a aesthetic feature along the frontages there with
just fill that open missing tooth. Yes.
Yes, sir.
And I am specifically 4 masonry piers on each frontage, the Fifth Avenue frontage and the Cleveland Avenue frontage. You already show landscaping beds, so you incorporate the piers and some fencing with the landscaping, and now you've created some body along the street that mitigates the gaping missing tooth kind of effect of the open space. All right. I've got 2 other architects on this commission and some other people with some good ideas. John, you got any comments regarding the application?
Mr. Chairman, can I just finish up briefly?
Yes, Mike.
I'm sorry, it just take a minute. I did not address, thank you very much for intervening with the compromise idea. I did not address the overlay requirement that the store actually be up front and the pumps be in back. I respectfully submit that what planning is asking for at this location is bass backwards. I really feel that for security reasons, at this site and the next site, that the pumps should be in front, visible from a public right of way as well as from the store itself. I just think it's counterintuitive that you try to change what the intuitive use of vehicle fueling's been. Obviously, the safety of our customers is of paramount importance to us. And the visibility of the pumps is kind of ingrained in the functionality of a gas station to keep it safe. So I have not been able to prevail with the Division of Planning on this position, but I feel very strongly about it, particularly given the nature and extent of the support we have from the Area Commission. They've embraced Thornton's because they've demonstrated a willingness to be a good neighbor. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman, but I would be happy to address any other questions. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Thank you.
All right. John, do you have any comments?
Sure. Could the gentleman put back the site plan instead of the photo? Yeah.
There you go.
So I guess, Mike, to your comments and the brick piers, I think those would be nice. Do you see those 2 on Cleveland and 2 on Fifth Avenue, or 4 on Fifth and 2 on Cleveland?
I see 4 on each frontage.
Okay.
Running through the landscaping beds. It creates 3 openings that would be filled with low fencing. The visibility would not be
compromised.
obscured. However, if you walk down Cleveland Avenue, you wouldn't feel like this gaping hole and then a parking lot. So there'd be a total of 8 piers.
Okay. I'm familiar with the site. And Churches sort of does dominate the corner. The building that's coming down completely blocks that corner. And then the warehouse, the little warehouse that's the next building up to the north on Cleveland, you really never see that facade, the west facade. And I think back to James and Broad, where there's a speedway that we reviewed probably 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. And, they put the windows in to plan it to the overlays request, but then they papered the windows and put gondolas in front for stocking. And I just think that the overlay is a rough call with gas stations. And this idea that the pumps can be in back doesn't work well. It's not intuitive, as Mr. Shannon said, and again, it's a safety issue as well. So I think this is a rather well-developed site plan. I think that if they put the piers in and the landscaping that they've got set up here, it would be in addition to that corner.
All right, that sounds good, John. Kay, you have any comment?
Yes, I do. I may probably disagree with both of you. I think, like John rightfully said, the thing that is Church's Chicken at the corner of Cleveland and Fifth, right? Yes, definitely is blocking the west elevation. But I think to actually give the filling station a prominence, my suggestion would be to actually push the building to where the pumps are, so that it really has a presence. Because the example John gave is a good one, James and Broad, where they have pushed it in order to conform to the overlay requirement. Even though it's counterintuitive that the pump is behind the building, but you have an advantage in the sense that you're able to see the pump from Cleveland Avenue and see the building from Fifth Avenue. So the idea of putting piers in front, as you suggested, Mr. Chairman, is fine, but I think the building will have a better presence if it is pushed forward to align with Cleveland Avenue. And then my other question would be, if you come out from, let me see, I think Fifth Avenue, to make a left turn on Cleveland Avenue, to make a left turn on that street, Dan, maybe you could answer this. Because I know there is heavy traffic along that road. So trying to make a left turn could be a potential vehicular conflict. So I don't know what you have to say about that, Dan.
All right.
So,
Let's hear from Amanda and Marty as well, and then we'll give Mike and Todd a chance to answer. Amanda, you have any input?
No, I have similar comments to everyone else. I mean, the location of the Turkey Hill on Broad and Nelson is an example where I've seen this happen, and it is quite challenging because the entrance is still not at street level. So those windows that front the street often do get used for stock. So it is challenging. It is also challenging to be the city and want things to be at the street. So also another tough one, I think.
All right. Yeah, it's a challenge, and it's fraught with precedent setting.
Yeah.
Marty, comments from
Well, I
you?
have to defer to the architects here, really, but I agree with the concern over precedent setting. And I know the site that Amanda just mentioned, and it poses practical problems. I unfortunately don't have the answer. So I honestly mean that. I would defer to the architects. And I'm not ignoring planning. I'm so glad to have planning involved, in these meetings finally, that the last thing I want to do is dissuade them or discourage them by saying, oh, we're, now we've got you in our meetings and we're going to ignore what your advice is. We're going to ignore what you're saying. Because I don't mean to do that at all. And I wouldn't want planning to think that. But this is, way outside of my wheelhouse. So I'm listening to those of you with more experience than I have. And Mr. Shannon, believe it or not, Mike.
Oh my gosh. Talk about precedent.
I know.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think you told everybody, if I could respond. First of all, as the site plan indicates, I believe we're showing a right in, right out on Fifth Avenue. Is that correct?
Right.
And I should have pointed out that this case represents the first time in 40 years of practice where I've seen the city actually ask the applicant to step into their shoes and acquire additional right of way from the property owners to the east. My client went door to door to the 3 or 4 property owners to the east and asked them if they would donate additional right of way to accomplish what the city asked us to do here. We have agreed to do the legal descriptions for the right of way, to do an appraisal, and to pay the fair market value of what otherwise the city would have to do. And I think it's important to point out that this is the type of approach that Thornton's has taken to every single item that's been brought up in the staff report and in 4 months worth of meetings with the area commission. This is why we were able to get unanimous support. Marty, I understand when you defer to the architects, but when you don't defer to the architects, it's because of the support of the area commission. And the Milo Grogan Area Commission is a tough crowd. I mean, they tell you how they feel and they lay it on the line. And we didn't start off with approval, but based on the nature and extent of our commitments, the way we've designed the site, the awkward nature of this particular site, they eventually embraced the project. And we're going to be present here this evening, but I don't see their name. I hate to disagree with Kay, but I do, in this particular location, I think moving the building to the forward and putting the parking pumps in the rear is a security issue. I look at that station at Broad and James, and it is one of the lowest grossing fuel stations in central Ohio. With that building pulled all the way up front to both street frontages and the pumps hidden from view. It's just the functionality of the intuitive use of a gas station is gone. And I do think that you can look at these on a case-by-case basis. And the other thing I would point out is at the beginning of the year, Mark Gervillis from Planning sent me an email, and he asked me to meet his entire senior staff. So I figured I was in trouble. I made a list of everything I've ever done to upset planning. 3 legal pads later, I figured, well, I better just call him. And Mark said, no, we just want you to come in and talk to us. You've been in front of all of our architectural review commissions. You've been doing this for a long time. We just want to have a conversation with you. And I went in and spoke with them. And out of all the things they asked me, they said, if there was one thing you could change, what would it be? And I said, it's the unilateral application of these overlays. I said, you put them in place, and I can see an auto parts store being pulled to the front right down the block. What do they have to provide in terms of security for their customers? Once they walk in the door, they're secure. Our customers are outside pumping gas at all hours of the day, and to not have it visible from a public right of way increases the chances of a problem. There can also be a mishaps at the pumps where, somebody, some dumb smoking a cigarette, filling a gas tank can cause a problem. These things need to be in plain sight and visible from a public right of way. And I think that this site merits your favorable consideration. And again, there's a commitment in writing that we want to hire from Milo Grogan. 14 jobs or 12 jobs doesn't seem like a lot, but 8 full-time and 4 part-time entry-level jobs and management jobs that can be filled by people in Milo Grogan is significant. So I've never seen a client bend over backwards and actually acquire right-of-way for the city of Columbus, which this applicant has done. I've never seen the nature and extent of being a good neighbor that they've put in writing. And again, I do think that when every other city agency is in approval and the area commission is in unanimous approval, that the merits of the project should be evident. Todd, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, sir, you made the great case. Yeah, I'm glad you underscored the safety concern there and how but the primary interface with the gas station is with you and your car. And if you can't maneuver within the site to get to the fueling pumps in a safe way, and you're blindsided by the building blocking it, or like Mr. Shan so aptly demonstrated, I actually talked to a man that knew a gentleman that came up with the original fuel canopy design. And I was in Stapleton, Colorado, speaking to Stapleton and Central Park now, and he said, "You don't have to explain to me the safety of fueling under a fuel canopy," because I knew the guy that invented them. And the bright lights, being at public view, you're standing outside your car in a very exposed position, and you're dealing with hazardous, flammable materials. Lest we forget, it's important to be able to do that safely. So I appreciate you bringing that to light, Mr. Shannon.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just, my only added comment, I'm thinking about what Kay's suggestion was. The safety and those concerns are certainly valid and viable here, but what planning's job is in large measure is to be concerned about the aesthetics, not just the practicality, but the aesthetics for this particular neighborhood. Now, if the area commission was, and it obviously was, unanimous in their approval of this, then maybe that area commission is saying, we'll agree to let aesthetics take a back seat to safety, practicality, and maybe some jobs, maybe some, right-of-ways. But that's how a large city becomes almost intolerable to look at, with signage and lights. And so we do have to be considered about aesthetics, sort of the architects, but I just thought I would throw that in.
I agree, Marty, I agree, but these things are unbelievably difficult. It's like, so they build a $2 million house, and the two clients argue about where the washer and dryer are going to go more than any other aspect of the house. And this has got a front. If it has a back, it's shown pretty much the way it works here. And I think mitigating the concern about a missing tooth in an experience down the sidewalk, I've seen it work before with 4-foot high brick piers, some open aluminum fence, and a nice planting bed. It creates an environment that works without getting in the way of a functioning gas station where people are pulling in, pulling out, cross traffic, and you don't want to be surprised. You don't want to run into somebody. I think they've done a decent job with this, but I highly recommend the addition of the piers and the fencing along with the planting beds. And I could say the same thing on the next case we're going to hear, that for the same reasons, because we don't want to set a precedent where you can create something that looks like it belongs out at 161 and 71 freeway exit.
Mr. Chairman, we would agree with your conditions as a condition of approval.
All right.
Mr.
Shannon, do you have those conditions that we've been talking about?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Kay.
Yeah, in addition to my earlier comment, I think in order to not necessarily appease the planning department, I think the north wall of the building, in lieu of the masonry, can we suggest they put in some type of glazing instead of just
Glazing or vertical elements or something to break it up?
break it up? Yeah, because right now when you look at it, it's a blank wall.
But you're not going to see it.
If I may, our comments were speaking to the west elevation facing Cleveland Avenue, and based on the discussion, we asked about two potential changes. One would be fronting out on Cleveland. One would be fronting out on Fifth. And so, if it's possible, I can offer the suggestion to place the parking that's currently on Cleveland Avenue, placing that to the east of the building. So moving the building to the west, closer to Cleveland Avenue, and then having an elevation there that speaks to Cleveland Avenue. You'd still have all the pumps out there on Fifth. You'd still have all the visibility and safety concerns addressed, but it would also have a frontage on Cleveland Avenue that was pedestrian friendly and not oriented towards vehicles.
I like your plan the way it is with the dumpster back corner of the building.
Yeah, the dumpster's key. And you're not going to see the west elevation because the building to the north blocks it and Churches blocks it. So you're getting a very small peak at that facade. And I don't, again, it's not a big deal.
If you do what we're programming up along the right of way at Cleveland Avenue and Fifth, your eye isn't going to focus on some wall 150 feet away or 100 feet away.
Yeah,
it's in equilibrium. I think the neighborhood commission's unanimous vote in favor of this is strong enough to, and the commitment by the applicant to put the brick piers and the fencing in. I'm convinced this is a good use. And we can, if you don't like that approach, we can express that with a no vote. But I think this is a very well executed plan, and if we can create that frontage along the streets, we're not setting a precedent that a lawn and a few tiny shrubs does much for Cleveland Avenue. This is going to do something for Cleveland Avenue and Fifth. And that's a very strategic corner in Milo Grogan. All right, Shannon, you have the comments for the piers and the fences?
Yes, 4 brick piers on each frontage with fencing and landscaping. And might I just suggest to be easy, we could follow the urban commercial overlay fencing requirements for parking lots.
Yes. All right, well, we need to vote to make the motion to add that language to this application. Somebody needs to make a motion.
So moved.
John makes a motion. Who seconds?
Second.
Okay, Marty seconds. Please call the roll.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden, Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson,
Yes.
Kay Unwukwe,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you're approved. And since we have such a similar case adjacent to this, I would prefer to hear that case now before we take a break. So that would be case number 6, Z20-060, 2340 South High Street.
The site consists of one parcel developed as a parking lot in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The site is within the South High Street Community Commercial Overlay. The applicant requests a new CPD planned development district to redevelop the site as a fuel station and convenience store. North of the site is a used car sales in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. South of the site is an office building in the C4 Commercial District and a 3-unit dwelling in the AR1 Apartment Residential District. Of the site is undeveloped land in the LM Limited Manufacturing District, and west of the site is used car sales in the C4 Commercial District. The site is located within the planning boundaries of the Scioto Southland Plan, which recommends commercial land uses at this location. Additionally, the plan includes early adoption of the Columbus Citywide Planning Policies Design Guidelines. The site is located within the boundaries of the Far South Columbus Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The CPD text establishes use restrictions and supplemental development standards that address building setbacks, traffic access and parking circulation, building design and materials, and includes commitments to redevelop the site in accordance with the submitted site plan, landscape plan, and building elevations. Additionally, the CPD text includes variances to community commercial overlay standards, including dumpster area, building setback, building design requirements and placement, minimum building width requirements, front yard landscaping, and parking and circulation. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District will permit redevelopment of the site with a fuel station and convenience store. The CPD text establishes appropriate use restrictions and supplemental development standards and includes a commitment to develop the site in accordance with the submitted site plan, landscaping plan, and building elevations. The proposed CPD district is consistent with the Scioto Southland Plan's recommendation of commercial land uses at this location. Staff supports the proposed use and consolidation of the proposed curb cuts along South High Street, but continues to request building elevations and site plan revisions to align with the community commercial overlay and CGP2 design guidelines prior to moving to full support. Specifically, staff requests the building be placed fronting the street with pumps in the rear, removal of chain link fencing as screening along the site's northeastern boundary, and additional landscaping on the site plan, including street trees along both frontages in consultation with the city forester, and therefore State Department's recommendations for disapproval.
Okay, any questions for Tim? Dan, what's the parking input?
A traffic impact study has been approved for this application, and all necessary commitments have been incorporated into the text and site plan.
Okay, and Kathy has not had an issue yet.
There's no PDO required here.
Okay, great. There are no speakers identified for this case. Is the applicant, it's Michael, same story?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly. Number one, we would agree to the same condition that the previous application had. Number two, with respect to the traffic, we did initially have a full access on High Street through several iterations of the traffic impact study. We changed that to a right in, right out. We've also agreed to pay for a northbound decel lane along the there for the right-hand turn. We also moved our access point on Dietrich further to the east at the request of traffic. And again, these are substantial commitments in terms of the decel lane. Again, it's the same scenario. It's virtually the exact same staff report, and I have virtually the exact same arguments. I don't want to be dismissive. I want to give this case the time it deserves, but I don't want to repeat ad nauseum what I've already said. So I'd like to incorporate the comments I made previously by reference for the record, and would be happy to address any questions you may have of Todd or me. And Todd, did I forget anything that you wanted me to say?
No, sir. I think that covers everything. We also have to move interstate pole sign that'll conflict with the decel lane there, so that'll be at our cost as well.
Right, I forgot the relocation of a large traffic sign. And we have similar commitments with the area commission as relates to the food bank donations. We want to partner with them and identify an elementary school and all the other good corporate neighbor agreements that we had previously, we have with this area commission, who once again, after 3 meetings, voted unanimously in support.
All right, more specifically on the piers on the Deering Avenue side, if you put the 4 piers in front of the parking spaces that abut Deering Avenue, that will create the spacing and the critical mass. And you've got a little bit more spacing between piers on the High Street side, but the same idea there. We don't need to beat that horse to death.
Yes, sir.
And you're good with that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is anybody else? Okay, thank you, Todd, and thank you, Michael. Anybody else have any input regarding this application?
Mr. Chair, are
Okay.
you including street trees as
Oh, yes.
recommended or suggested
Yes.
by planning?
Yes, I'm sorry. We agree to that.
Thank you.
Okay, that's a good comment. And so we need a motion to include, make sure that the street trees are included in the text of the application. And Shannon, the same type of text for the piers and the fence for this case.
Very good.
Okay, need a motion for those additions?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, very good. We're good. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, please call the roll.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingerson,
Yes.
Kayan Wukwe,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we are ready for case number 7. We can postpone that for 15 minutes if staff and the board would like to take a break. Otherwise, we'll get that out of the way and let the 2 tabled cases fill the gap. What's your wishes? Anyone desperate for a break? I don't hear any loud screaming, so let's go with Z21-012 3469 South High Street.
The site consists of parcel developed with a former retail building in the C4 commercial district and is subject to ordinance 2935-2018, which permits self-storage uses inside the building. The proposed LM limited manufacturing district permits self-storage and ancillary uses, allowing both the interior self-storage to continue while the parking lot is redeveloped into self-storage facility. North of the site is a manufactured home park in the C4 commercial district. South of the site is a shopping center in the C4 commercial district. East of the site is a shopping center in the C4 commercial district. And west of the site is Here Park in the C4 commercial district. The site has been the Scioto Southland Plan, which recommends mixed-use regional commercial land uses at this location. Additionally, the plan includes early adoption of the Columbus Citywide Planning Policies Design Guidelines. The site is located within the boundaries of the Far South Columbus Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The limitation text establishes use restrictions and supplemental development standards that address building setbacks, traffic access, landscaping, building height, dumpster location, and lighting. Additionally, the text includes commitments to redevelop the site in accordance with the submitted site plan and building elevations. The requested LM limited manufacturing district will permit the redevelopment of part of the site with additional self-storage uses. The limitation text establishes appropriate use restrictions and supplemental development standards and includes commitments to develop the site in accordance with the submitted site plan and building elevation. While the proposed LM district is not consistent with the Scioto Southland Plan recommendation for mixed-use regional commercial land uses at this location, the submitted site plan and building elevations address several requests from staff. These requests include the building arrangement, landscaping and street trees along the Williams Road frontage, landscaping along the western property line, landscaping beds along the buildings facing east towards the parking lot, and the addition of an awning to the building facade facing both Williams Road and the adjacent parking lot. Lastly, this request does not add incompatible uses to the area, and therefore our city department's recommendation is for for approval this time.
Okay, traffic, Dan?
No traffic issues.
And would Kathy have any say here, Shannon?
No PDO required.
Okay. We have no speakers for this case. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant?
I do. Are you raising half of the old Kmart building? I can't tell from your plan what you're trying to do there.
So first of all, thank you everyone very much for your time. We did have a statement prepared, but based on what Tim presented, it would really be redundant. Jim Jacobus, which is our construction manager. Jim, if you want to address John's question, that would be great.
Sure. Yes, this is the old Kmart property, and it's been subdivided into a spot for extra space storage. And there are also other tenants there. I think there's a Planet Fitness, there was a Chase Bank, and there's a couple of other tenants in that facility. During the process, the previous owner had it, extra space storage had it, and they actually came in and were permitted to install a second level and a new elevator. So to answer your question directly, this was the old Kmart. It's been transformed into several different parcels, including storage. We own and manage the entire property.
I just was curious, your plan for your building arrangements, you're still keeping the western half of that existing building and your building to the north?
Correct, sir.
Okay, great. That's all I got. I think it's a worthy endeavor.
I'll be happy
Okay.
to answer any other questions if there are any.
Okay, anybody have any other questions of the staff or of the applicant? Okay, you have both staff approval and the area commission approval. I think we can just get on with it and call for the vote on this case.
Ingwerson? John Ingwerson, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I didn't get you. It was lost you, but yes, I vote yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
Kay Anwukwe,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you're approved. Okay,
Thank
at
you.
long last, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We will resume promptly at 8:50. 8:35 now. At 8:50, we'll put it back on the road. So I'm going to go get that lobster tail. See you in 15 minutes.
Benu. It's been going through. This is ridiculous. Went through.
All right. We're taking a break. There are 5 more cases. No, I wish I was. We start back in 5 minutes. This is not going through. It's ridiculous. A long time ago. Okay, do we have the quorum back? Hey, are you with us? Amanda? Well, at least we have a quorum for sure. All right, let's start with case number 10. Z20-115, 5949 Central College.
This application was tabled at the April Development Commission meeting to allow the applicant more time to refine the development plan for this project. The site is undeveloped in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The applicant proposes the LC4 Limited Commercial District on subareas A and B. Subarea A is proposed for approximately 6,100 square feet of retail space, 2,000 square feet of eating and drinking establishment space, and 12 residential units for a mixed-use building. Subarea B also proposes a mixed-use building of approximately 6,000 square feet of retail space, 6,000 square feet of eating and drinking establishment space, 1,800 square feet of patio space, 12,000 square feet of office space, and 10 residential units. The applicant proposes the ARLD Apartment Residential District for the remainder of the site, Subarea C, in order to construct a multi-unit residential development. To the north of the site, across Central College Road, is a multi-unit residential development in the LARLD Limited Apartment Residential District. To the south and east are multi-unit residential developments in the LARO Limited Apartment Office District. To the east is undeveloped land in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The site is within the boundaries of the Rocky Fork Blacklick Accord Plan, which recommends office uses at this location. The Rocky Fork Blacklick Accord panel recommendation is for approval. The panel suggested at the time that the applicant work with the Recreation and Parks Department to further explore the development of a creek trail adjacent to the stream corridor protection zone with connectivity to the site, and to incorporate additional bicycle parking, specifically in subarea B and C, noting that these are encouraged but not conditions of approval. The limitation text only applies to the LC4 portion of the site. The text commits to a site plan which depicts open space and connectivity and includes development standards addressing setbacks, site access, landscaping, building design, and graphics provisions. Concurrent CV 20-129 has been filed to vary perimeter parking lot landscaping and screening, minimum number of parking spaces required, fronting, aisle width, and maneuvering, and includes a commitment to a site plan and building elevations for the proposed apartment buildings. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. The requested LC4 Limited Commercial and ARLD Apartment Residential Districts will allow a mixed-use development. The proposed uses and density are appropriate based on the location and surrounding developments along Central College Road. Additionally, the applicant is proposing office components, which is in line with the Rocky Fork Blacklick Accord recommended use for the site. The revised site plan and proposed building design are also consistent with the recommendations from the plan and reflect connectivity between subareas and open space. Therefore, staff's recommendation is for approval, and I would be happy to answer any questions. There is a letter of disapproval from the adjacent condominium complex and some additional exhibits from the applicant which reflect open space and the spatial layout of the site. Thank you.
Shannon, what is the date on that revised site plan?
I will look that up, or if the applicant knows off the top of their head.
Is the applicant? It's so small I can't read it.
Yes, Chair Fitzpatrick. This is Eric Darman, attorney for the applicant.
Yeah.
The site plan. The site plan. May I share my screen, Shannon, please?
Yes, just give Haley or Tim a minute. They're the presenters.
Okay. The site plan is from March 8th, 2021. The landscape plan that I'm also presenting was prepared after last month's Development Commission.
And what's the date on that plan?
I don't believe it's dated, but it was prepared 2 weeks after the previous Development Commission meeting.
All right, let's put tonight's date on it, just to keep it simple.
Okay.
All right. Traffic issues, Dan?
No traffic issues.
And anything with recreation and parks?
I believe those comments will be addressed at site compliance review.
Okay. All right. According to the document I have here, we do have one speaker in opposition, but before that, would the applicant like to add anything to the staff presentation?
Yes, I would, Chair Fitzpatrick. Thank you very much. Thank you to the members of the commissioners of the Development Commission. My name is Eric Zartman of the law firm Underhill and Hodge. I represent the applicant Granaz Development. With Granaz is Ethan Sage, representative from Granaz Development, if you should have any questions specifically for them. It's my pleasure to present this application to you tonight. We're requesting, as Shannon said, a rezoning from a CPD district, which from its office uses, to a LC4 district in the front, two LC4 districts in the front, and ARLD district in the rear. This is a project that we worked very hard to get approval across the board. I will talk about some of those things we did later, but the planning department is in support of this without any conditions. Rocky Fork Blacklick Accord recommended approval by a vote of 7-1. Some of the factors included were the addition of an office component as recommended by the Rocky Fork Blacklick Accord plan, quality design, building and materials, and our responses to staff comments and planning in the Rocky Fork Blacklick Accord comments through 2 meetings that we had with them. Also, Division of Traffic Management, we worked to make sure that there are no outstanding items or comments. We worked extensively with Division of Traffic Management to stop traffic and the access to justify the addition of the proposed new access point. And also as a condition of this proposal is we're improving, adding a lane for improvement to the existing access point, which is a private drive, which will serve this property and also the residential properties which are adjacent to the south. This is the property. It is the last undeveloped property around here. Our client is also developing the property to the east here, and it is supposed to function as a sister development project, a vibrant mixed-use development, which will attract, be a destination for all the, a walking destination for all the 1,000 residents in the near close vicinity. This is the zoning. To the south and west is LARO multifamily residential use. Their limitation text limits their density to 12 dwelling units an acre. To the side is a CPD district. Again, it's the sister project of what we're proposing here. And across the street is an LARLD multifamily residential district, 17 dwelling units an acre. This is our property. There's a stream corridor protection zone, which is 60 feet wide, which runs the western perimeter of the property. This is the landscape plan that we prepared following last month's Development Commission meeting. Hopefully this gives an idea of what's proposed here. Shannon mentioned what is proposed for each specific sub area in her report. Mixed use development in sub areas A and B with an office component in B with a ARLD residential product in sub area C. This was the project that was originally proposed. It was across the board received negatively, and I'm showing this to show that our applicant worked really hard with all the various departments across the city and also the Rocky Fork Black Lick Accord to get to a point where we have unanimous support. What was originally proposed as a car wash and a mixed-use development in subarea B, and a similar product in subarea C. I'd like to show in the next screen what changes we made in order to get support here. We moved these buildings towards Central College Road. This was a request from the planning department and members of the Rocky Fork Black Lick Accord. Along with that, parking and sorry, something popped up on my screen. Parking was moved to behind the building so that there's a architectural presence at Central College Road. This is an improvement of the access point. There are 2 lanes now, and now there's proposed to be 3. Sidewalk and landscape improvements with trees along Central College Road. We specifically designed the proposed restaurant drive-throughs if they become developed that way to be on the side of the properties, so that there's no drive-through uses. Majority of the drive-through uses are on the side of the building. 4-sided architecture. We have 4 different buildings here, and all 4 of them have quality materials with brick on the first floor and 4-sided architecture across all of these buildings. The site provides a total of 33% green space, and subarea C provides approximately 50% green space. The zoning code only requires 50% building coverage, so we far exceed that because both our pavement together are just 50%. We added a path. We relocated the retention pond to the rear. This was it works better for the site, and also it provides a buffer for the residential condominium to the southwest. We activated this pond with a path and a picnic area over to the left. We eliminated the car wash and replaced it with a mixed use, which is supported by the planning department. We have a commitment in our text to preserve the stream corridor protection zone. We added bicycle parking to all sub areas, and here's some renderings of the property of the post-developed property as proposed. This was also prepared after last month's development commission meeting. This is the southeast perimeter, and the separation from the condominium association is building to building. It's 120 feet from their building to ours. This is our proposed 25-foot yard, which is compliant with the code. This is another rendering of the idea of making the retention pond a positive, beautiful thing to look at, both for our property and also for the adjacent condominium association. These are ideas of these are committed elevations, just to show you an example of the 4-sided architecture that we're proposing. Materials on the first floor. I wanted to address comments in the opposition letter that was submitted. One of the comments was the concern about property values. I wanted to really stress that this is a downzoning of what is currently permitted on the property. And it's also something that is, it fits within the fabric of the neighborhood. Multifamily to the southwest, commercial along Central College Road. So it's a really nice transition to what is already developed there. The sub area to the south is is zoned LARO under the terms of their limitation text. The maximum density of 12 dwelling units an acre. Within the sub area, the lot coverage maximum building and pavement is not to exceed 80%. Again, we are at the around 50% mark for our sub area C and 33% green space for a site for the entire state. So our green space standards exceed what is permitted within the sub area 4, which is adjacent to the south, including that condominium association. This is what is permitted on the site today. It's a CPD district for office. This is a site plan that was prepared in 2007 when the original, or I'm sorry, 2005 when the original site was rezoned. It is a 65-foot height district, 25-foot building setback from the south and west property lines, 5-foot pavement setback from the condominium association pavement lines, and allows 80% building and pavement coverage. So we are indeed a down zoning from what is permitted to be built here without today. If an office development wanted to come in and develop something with 60 feet high, 80% lot coverage, they could do that. So we are indeed doing a down zoning, and I think this is something that would actually protect the property values of the neighbors to the south and west compared to what could potentially be developed there today. This particular plan had 4 office buildings with a total of 58,000 square feet of office use. And again, parking's direct only 5 feet off of the property line. Again, this is where we have a retention pond and a nice looking amenity for residents. There was also a misconception in that in the letter expressing opposition to our requested variances to reduce screening requirements. And I just want to make it clear, our screening requirements are only a matter of the property lines that we're proposing between the sub areas, and they only affect this blue line here. We are not proposing any reduction of screening requirements along this red line around the perimeter. It is only between our own property. And that's just a matter of a feature parcel line running through what we're proposing here. There's also a comment concern about noise. Again, all of our commercial activity is in front. It's pushed as far as we can to Central College. In the rear here, next to the condominium project, is a condominium neighbors is a multifamily residential proposed multifamily residential development, which is compatible with the neighboring uses. Again, our idea is that this will be a vibrant asset to the whole neighborhood, a walking destination. We worked really hard to get Rocky Fork Black Liquor Accord approval, traffic approval, planning approval, and we'd appreciate your support on this application. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Okay, that looks good. Let's hear from our one speaker from Sugar Run. Is he available?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Yeah, my name is Richard McRoy, and I'm representing the board of directors and the residents here at Sugar Run. We weren't aware that they resubmitted a change in the landscaping, and so some of our comments were based on we wanted to verify that there was something. Our main concerns really are the buffering the screening and the landscaping on that red line that he had drawn on the map. As much as it's going to be an enhancement to the property and the property values according to them, we're worried about the safety and the increased traffic, foot traffic and so forth. So we're requesting, according to the screening guidelines that you guys put, of some type of mounding and fencing and so forth along that southern boundary and the western boundary. And in addition to that, some decent landscaping. They said they were putting just trees there. There were some trees left, but that's just very sparsely thing. And we'd like to have those spread out a little bit and put some new additional things in there. So, you know, that's our major concern with the area. It's just, you know, we're not opposed to that. I mean, Ethan has been very good about moving that pond over there, gave us a little bit of a buffer, but we can see would be very helpful to have some kind of fence or additional border along that edge to stop things. You know, fences make for good neighbors. I think Robert Frost said that, and that's what we're kind of looking for to make sure that this stays, you know, safe and protected. The other major concern we have is the traffic exiting the sub-area C, which is mostly the apartment building, as goes out to Central College, but they do have an exit and entrance, egress and ingress to the apartments off of this bubbly way, the side street. It's between the two properties that they're developing. And our concern is traffic moving towards the north as opposed to taking the shortcut down through our development. That dead ends on one of our main streets through our development. It is not a public road, it is a private road. And when the developer did the minimums, and it's not very well constructed, and it's a big maintenance problem for us. And we're just trying to find a way to lessen that. Our suggestion and hope would be that maybe that could be one way going north as opposed to having it traffic both ways. So those are our main things. I mean, that's what we're looking for. It's not that we disapprove of the project. It's just that we want to make sure, trust but verify. We want to make sure that we have some safeguards for residents.
All right. I don't think it's out of reach to ask for some effective screening on those property lines along the lines of a split rail fence. It's a fence, but it's not like the Great Wall of China.
Right.
And I think street trees that line up with the balconies that are on the south and east sides of the three-story buildings. There's on each building, there's two locations on the buildings on your east property line where you have balconies over 3-story balconies overlooking a 1-story ranch condo. So 4 deciduous trees lined up with those balconies will give you privacy, and you don't need to glut the thing with a lot of other things to have the effect you want. So I would ask the applicant if you could see fit to install a split rail fence along the east and south property line, and then line up deciduous trees with the 2 buildings, the balconies that will exist on the large and the small 3-story buildings.
Thank you, Chair Fitzpatrick. And just to be clear, these 2 buildings on the south here, these are proposed as 2-story buildings, not 3. There is about a 5. If you recall, there's a gas pipeline that runs between these properties, and there is about a 5-foot elevation mound over the gas pipeline.
That's not the property line.
Well, I mean, not on the property, but there is a 5-foot mound here in elevation. Regardless, our applicant is not opposed to some sort of screening or privacy fence or something like that. There are some issues that are raised because of that. The gas pipeline requires a application and permit for any type of landscaping or the fence structure along this southern line. So we'd be willing to make a commitment to add some sort of screening or privacy fence, but a condition would be is we would have to apply to Trans-Canadian Pipeline, and they would have to approve that. Ethan is on the line. Ethan, do you have any ideas of some sort of landscaping or fence or anything like that that you would like to propose here to address the neighborhood concerns? If Trans-Canada would permit.
Well, we were talking about putting the fencing butting up to the easement area. You have a 25-foot section of the easement, put it on your property from the easement. So right where you're building the two-story building, that would be the area. Leaving the easement as it is for us. We have nothing on there either.
I'm not quite sure I understand, but if there is any amount of privacy fence or screening that we propose, it would be along the property line.
Well, property line versus building line, I guess that's it. Where you have that red line drawn on your map there, that is closer to where your buildings are going up. It is not in the center of where the easement runs through with the gas line.
This red line is the property line, and what we propose here is a 25-foot perimeter yard, which is standard requirement for all apartment residential developments in Columbus. And so that type of screening or fencing would be along this property line perimeter.
Well, I think we're talking the semantics of this property line you're talking about. The gas line, you marked your property line down the middle of the easement, right where the gas line is, when technically your building is going to be much farther north of there. So what we're asking for is the fence to be up closer to where your property is being built, where the buildings are being built, so that the easement area remains no man's land, so to speak, for both properties.
Well,
Hi, Mac, and Eric, thank you
it's
so
not
much.
something that we would agree to because we would have to remove the building and we would be losing more property. That would be against the interest of giving these easements, which are for the public utility or public good, as well as taking even more property away. But I'm sorry to cut you off, Ethan. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, panel, Mr. Chairman, and Mac, thank you so much for your support for the project, first of all. And as you know, I'm all about helping the community and your development and give as much as privacy as possible. As Eric mentioned, and as you well aware of it, is there's a 5-foot grading difference between your property driveway and the top of that gas easement. That 5 foot is basically people wants to go to my property, our property, or yours. They have to go up and down in a mountain. Basically, this is 5 foot difference is high, but we have dealt with Columbia Gas Trans-Canada Gas Company for a few other projects, and one thing they all want is have the ability to access those pipeline at any time they want. And so basically putting fence around their pipeline is prohibited. So we can't do it unless we put it like far back. So leave that 50 foot or 85 feet wide open for them, right?
Correct.
So if you guys really think that 5 foot high doesn't make enough privacy screening for you, so I can put any kind of fencing on at the 50 foot or 55 foot away from our building. But that, I think, that would kind of eliminate your people access to that public basically area, so everyone can use it. as well as our residents. So I would say if you, I mean, I guess we should appreciate both residents, you know, I mean, people who are going to live to this new development as well as people who are living in Sugar Rock. You want to take that basically easement for your privacy, and you don't want to leave anything for our people. So I guess as kind of kind of I would suggest let's meet in midway and basically do it.
This is Mike Fitzpatrick again. Let me withdraw that comment. I didn't know about this 5-foot mound and all the gas pipe. And when you look at the site plan, it's 145 to 150 feet from building to building, from the one-story ranch buildings to the new proposed buildings. That space alone, that distance alone, is a bit of a buffer. If you have an existing 5-foot molehill along the red line that abuts these two pieces of property, that's open and available for the gas company to dig up and do maintenance on their line, it's probably a mistake to put the fence in and clutter it. You have a 2-story building on the one side and a 1-story building on the other side, but I don't think there's going to be an impingement on privacy for the single stories from the 2-story building. So let me withdraw that idea.
We're also looking at the number of people that would be moving into the area. It's a safety concern because these are apartments and these are residents. That's the people would express that as a safety concern as well. So having a good fence for a good neighbor policy, was our thought.
Well, and you can put up a split rail fence, which creates privacy. It's not impervious, and it can be dismantled to get a backhoe in there to make a change in the gas pipe or to adjust a connection. You don't. Once you build the fence, it's not going to be impossible to manipulate it at a later date. So that's reasonable. I don't think the trees and the tree roots would totally obliterate the gas line. So the trees are not going to work.
It's not that close. You almost have to see the site to see that where they have torn out property where they plan to build, you can put it clipped right behind where the proposed building, the 2 buildings there that are on our property line. I believe that would, they would not have, they've got green space in their property. They just wouldn't have as much behind the buildings themselves.
Well, in my opinion, my first impression was you needed a pretty harsh line of buffering. Upon further consideration, with 140 to 150 feet of space between building walls, I think the gas easement
It's a huge gap.
seems to get away from.
I just want to reiterate, this is zoned currently on a 65-foot height district for an apartment, for an office building, and that can be built there now. This is a downzoning from that, and this provides more privacy than what that apartment building would provide.
All right.
Office building, sorry.
I don't think we can vote tonight on future details of fences and landscaping and root balls and irrigation when we're talking about an easement that's already separating it. And
Could I
you've got
interject
150 feet of lawn.
Could I interject something, please?
Sure.
My name's George Borey. I live in the house on the southwest edge, 6904 Manny Avenue. And the fence, it's a concern for many of the neighbors. The thought being that with that many apartments being built there, I think there's 48 apartments in Section C. All those people will be flowing up into this green space. The green space is a big long field that runs between these properties and even further down. So all those apartment residents will be out there walking their dogs or whatever. And it's basically our green space is going to become dog park for them. And
Right. So a split rail fence would make that very difficult.
All
Yes,
right.
that's why we're asking for the split rail fence, and especially our property is, my fence on my patio is 20 feet from the property line. And if people are walking around the pond, they're gonna flow down into our yard. So we would very much like.
All right,
to
let's
have
go back to the applicant.
fence.
Would you install a split rail fence along the south and east edges of that apartment sub area?
We can, the south line, the southwest is definitely possible. The southeast, again, we have contractual obligations with the gas pipeline that we need to apply for a permit for them to do any type of construction within that easement area. We will do that.
And we can definitely do this, Mr. Chairman. And I personally talked to the neighbor himself and his wife, and actually that was something that we offered if you want more screening there, since we put those pond there. And they were mentioning, like, we love to see the pond, and actually having pathway around us will let us to walk around it. So if that's something they want, and put that 5-foot high fences there, we definitely can do in that corner, in that corridor, just because it's not on the easement anymore. So we definitely can do it. Yes, sir.
This is George.
If that's something that they want.
Yeah, we would very much want a fence there. We don't want it like a 5-foot high solid fence. The split rail fence would be fine.
Like the New Albany.
I'd also like to thank Ethan, because he has been helpful and tried to work with us through this.
Yes, he has.
Yeah, we can talk about this till 4 o'clock in the morning. Let's resolve this. Let's make a motion to add a split rail fence similar to the New Albany standard along the south and east edges of subparcel C. And that's it. We won't talk about landscaping at this point. You're approved by the area commission. You're approved by the staff. We're not here to give you a building permit. We're not here to talk about irrigation systems or details of the future use. But I think this is a practical use. I agree that it's a downsizing. Is the applicant willing to commit to building a split rail fence on those two legs of the property boundary?
Yes, Chair Fitzpatrick.
All right, let's go. Shannon, you have the right language for that motion?
I do. Might I suggest that since this site plan contains so much detail and subarea C is only subject to a council variance, that the applicant amend this to an LARLD request so that everything can be in a limitation text with a commitment to the site plan and the zoning.
So you'd like to add that to the motion?
If the applicant's amenable to that, staff will work with them on getting their limitation text up to where it needs to be.
All right, Eric, can you handle that? Minor little judge.
Yes, sir.
All right, Shannon, you know how to put those words into a motion. Does everybody on the commission understand that motion? Okay, let's have a motion to add that language to this application.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, Kay seconds. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, please call.
Aye.
Kay Nwukwe,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to case number 11. Z20-022, 5652 Roberts Road.
The 4.99 acre site consists of one parcel developed with a 44 unit apartment complex in the LAR 12 Limited Apartment Residential District under zoning application Z12-054. The requested LAR 12 Limited Apartment Residential District will legitimize a parking lot expansion that has occurred on the property. Could everybody who's not speaking please mute themselves? There's a lot of feedback. Thank you. Rezoning is necessary because the current LAR 12 district contains a commitment to a site plan and the parking lot extends into the required landscape buffer. To the north are single unit dwellings in the SR Suburban Residential District. To the east are multi-unit dwellings in the AR 12 Apartment Residential District. To the south across Roberts Road are single unit dwellings in the R2 Residential District and multi-unit dwellings in the AR 12 Apartment Residential District. To the west are single unit dwellings in the city of Hilliard. The site is within the boundaries of the Trabue-Roberts area plan, which recommends very low density residential land uses at this location. As the current LAR 12 district was supported in 2013, there is no increase in the number of units. The requested parking lot expansion is supported. The site is located within the boundaries of the Far West Side Area Commission, whose recommendation is for disapproval. The limitation text includes commitments to a site plan and landscape buffer and carries over development standards addressing density, setbacks, access, building materials commitments, and landscaping and screening. The minimum 25-foot wide required perimeter yard is still being met with slight encroachment of parking spaces into the 35-foot wide landscape buffer area as reflected on the site plan. The requested LAR 12 Limited Apartment Residential District will legitimize an expanded parking lot for an existing apartment complex. The parking lot includes additional landscaping to mitigate its effect on adjacent residential developments and alleviates a parking shortage within the existing complex that also benefits the adjacent residential streets from being utilized for overflow parking. The proposal also addresses concerns regarding fencing requirements and inadequate landscaping with the landscape buffer plan. The request remains consistent with the surrounding development pattern. There's a lot of feedback, sorry. Therefore, staff's recommendation is for approval. There is a letter of opposition and a petition in support of the parking lot expansion from the apartment complex residences in the supplemental packet. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions of Shannon? Traffic issues, Dan?
No traffic issues.
Okay, and obviously there's no recreation and parks issues. Okay, we have the applicant here and we've got some speakers as well. Would the applicant, Mike Shannon, Zartman, which one of you is?
Thank you, Chair Fitzpatrick. Eric Zartman on behalf of the applicant. Let's see if I can share my screen again. Okay, great. As Shannon said, the basis for this application is that the property owner got a zoning violation for extending some parking or for creating some new paved parking areas within the apartment development. He added 9 parking spaces, which the code enforcement officer and zoning fairness determined was not compliant with the site plan, which was approved for the 2013 ordinance. Again, planning department is recommending approval without conditions, and there are no traffic management issues. Far West Side Area Commission recommended is recommending disapproval. The property was rezoned to LAR 12 in 2013 to permit a development of 44 multifamily residential units on a 5-acre parcel. The property was subsequently developed. In 2019, the property owner installed some pavement for 9 additional parking spaces and received a zoning clearance violation or a zoning violation for that. The purpose of this application is to legitimize those parking areas. I have some pictures to show you. Here's an aerial of the property. Zoning this is the property as it was developed, and this is a 2019 picture aerial. This does not have the parking areas installed yet, but this is how the property was developed pursuant to that 2013 rezoning. This was the original plan. These arrows are pointing to where the parking areas were installed. And you'll see in some upcoming pictures that there's no pavement at the end of these arrows where the new parking areas were installed. And that's why the parking areas were determined to not be compliant with this plan. This is a 2018 picture. The parking areas have not been installed yet. You can see some residents that are parking in stubs that were part of the original plan. In response to the need, the parking need that the residential residents needed, the developer installed some parking areas. You can see the new pavement right here, and then also some additional pavement over here. These parking spaces, the existing plan had a 35-foot perimeter along. This is actually the west side. It's just backwards, but there's a 35-foot perimeter, and these parking areas were installed to encroach within that 35-foot parking area. This is a petition. It was, I believe, it was in your packet, signed by the residents, some of the residents of the apartment. There's a serious need for these additional parking spaces within this development. It alleviates potential street parking in adjacent residential developments. This is an important element for the project. There's a couple of ways to address a zoning violation. One is just to abate it. That would have simply required ripping up the pavement, parking, and eliminating those areas. It's so important to the residents within this development that the property owner decided to hire us and follow a new zoning application to try to reincorporate these parking areas into a new site plan. Ultimately, if this application is not approved, then we'll just have to abate those parking areas. Unfortunately, be to the detriment of the residents within the apartment development. We met with Far West Side Area Commission a few times, and we actually had some quite a bit of productive back and forth. Unfortunately, we could not ultimately reach an agreement. Some of the things that we discussed with that group, and appreciate Kelly Arnold's leadership with the zoning committee on that. It was a very, very productive discussion. There was a couple issues, and I expect you're going to hear a lot of opposition comments later about how this property was ultimately developed, the landscape and the privacy or lack thereof in the opinion of some of the neighbors. So one of the negotiations the property owner took with the area commission and the neighbors is, okay, how can we address some of these screening issues and some of these privacy issues? There were quite a bit of iterations. Ultimately, where we landed on with our final proposal to the area commission was additional segmented fence segments around the property. So not a continuous fence, which will be proposed today, but segments, and then additional arborvitae along the east and the west perimeter. We thought that was a good compromise. Unfortunately, we didn't get there. I believe one of the issues why we didn't reach an agreement is there was not a full continuous fence proposed in addition to the additional arborvitae. This is important to the residents here, but there is a cost analysis of what is it going to take to get this application approved for these additional 9 parking spaces. What we have presented to you today is this landscape plan, which shows in these yellow highlights are where we're going to fill in. There's partial segments along the perimeter right now, and we're proposing to fill in all of these segments with a 3-rail privacy fence so that all perimeters will have a continuous privacy fence on all sides. However, we're not proposing any additional arborvitae screening, which was a topic of what we were discussing with the area commission. This landscape plan is what we are presenting with this application. It has 50 trees, 98 shrubs, 28 perennials, and 25 screening. In addition to that, we're also committing to, there were some comments from the area commission that this center green area is not being maintained as well as it should be. So we've added commitments within the limitation text that this will be sodded and maintain the center green area. The idea is to draw residents within the apartment district to this area rather than around the perimeter. Again, this is the point of this application: legitimize these parking areas. And in the interest of compromise, the property owners is proposing to install a continuous privacy fence around the border. This is, as a result, this will be both better for the residents within the property and also for the privacy of the adjacent property owners. This is a site plan, and it's much the same. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we would appreciate your support in this application. Thank you.
Okay, there are speakers regarding this application. Let's hear from the speakers. Kelly Arnold.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman Fitzpatrick and the commission. Honestly, we really shouldn't be here tonight. This, I've sent you extensive notes, I think, on where this case started from and where it's at. What you're seeing tonight, unfortunately, I wish we had seen some of that effort at our development commission meetings or at our area commission meetings. The continuous fence is a good improvement. Some screening at the location of the parking spaces is a good improvement. But these are things that the fence should have already been there. The effective landscape buffer, which was noted in the previous case of how good fences make good neighbors and talking about effective screening. Those were things that were committed to in the prior rezoning of this. And had those things been in place, this additional parking would probably not be an issue, with the exception of some simple headlight screening. I think what's going on here is a little bit of abuse of the process in delays and allowing this to basically be normalized as this parking's there that the residents obviously need, because this was a poorly planned development. With this being three bedroom units, the effective density was much higher than what was anticipated in terms of parking to allow for these residents to, you know, have a good quality of life. So ultimately, I think they've come a little bit farther than where we had seen it as the area commission, which is positive. However, I would respectfully ask this development commission to table this case, require that the developer go back to add that effective screening buffer that was agreed to in the initial zoning to provide effective screening, so that we have ultimately what was supposed to be there, which would allow for good neighbors on all sides, along with having the privacy that both sides should expect here. That's pretty much where we were. We've been very disappointed in how this happened, and we would like to see better effort. There was honestly very little effort when it came to this in our process to begin with. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
All right. I don't know that we need to get into great depth with Virginia Stark, the other opposition speaker, but If you got a couple minutes you want to share with us, Virginia, the microphone is yours.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm Virginia Stark. I live at 2634 Pembroke Court, and I'm a direct neighbor on the west side of Hilliard Place. And I want to thank the Far West Side Area Commission for their thoughtfulness and diligence about this application and the issues with this development. And a comment that I have is, I will never understand why there was no consequence or remedy when this developer submitted drawings for the original zoning legislation that didn't show what he agreed to, and then said, I don't have to do it because it wasn't in the legislation. We're happy Mr. Bell agrees to complete the continuous fence, but he should also be required to plant the effective screening landscape. And I think Shannon has pictures, and I know the commissioners, if you saw what I wrote, you have seen these pictures that show that our yards are completely exposed to these patios and vice versa. We really need that screening landscape that was promised to us in 2013. And it seems to me that Mr. Bell is just determined to keep this area as open grass. But we really need that. We really need that screening. And it should also be allowed to grow to its full mature size. There seems to have been some question about putting things in and they wouldn't be permanent and they wouldn't be allowed to grow beyond 6 feet. And I have a 6-foot fence, and people sitting on these patios look straight across into my yard. So 6 feet is not even the baseline for something planted at the property line. And then, you know, I think that picture that I had showed how the grass is completely open and it shows the fronts of the cars. And Mr. Bell proposes 24-inch juniper bushes around this parking, but if they're kept cut back to 24 inches, like every other bush is kept cut back to its original height, this isn't going to block the headlights that point into the backs of our houses. And then I'm really concerned about what are the other things he might think up to build in the 35-foot landscape buffer. We believed it was going to be a landscape buffer, not open grass, backyards, and recreation area. And I think it should be specified that after the fence is built, the only objects that can be added in this space are plants and trees. And then finally, I think documents and drawings submitted by this applicant to go into legislation must be verified that they accurately show his commitments, and there should be follow-up that he actually completes these commitments. And thank you very much for considering our concerns.
All right, before we have Eric speak, let me throw something in there. There's a bit of a trap here. These apartment units have garages, and the garage spaces are counted in the formula that every dwelling unit requires 1.5 cars per unit parking space. However, I would like to see all those garage doors open and see how many of them are stuffed with cardboard boxes of move-in leftovers and snow blowers and paraphernalia, forcing a parking space to not exist in reality. And then when you combine that with 3-bedroom units or a husband and wife that both work, or 2 partners both work, there's 2 cars, not 1.5 in that unit. So those kinds of stretches occur all through the short north. They occur in a lot of places. But now let me digress to another issue that is leading me to the point where I believe this should be tabled, and that is that step number 1 when you apply for a building permit in the city of Columbus, drawing sheet number 1 is titled the zoning compliance plan. And every every commitment made by everybody that's been on the agenda so far tonight and for the last 20 years has to register what those commitments are on sheet number 1 of any set of drawings that goes into the city, and to not execute those requirements is a violation. It's a violation that should have been picked up by the building inspectors before occupancy permits were granted. So given that overstep, I don't think it's a bad idea to put these parking spaces in, but I don't think we need to talk about legitimizing those until the site plan has been legitimized, that the applicant has lived up to the promises made when he got his zoning approval. So with that said, I'm moving in the direction of asking Eric to take a table here and get those things implemented by your client. Live up to the promises made on sheet number 1 when he first got his zoning approval X years ago. And then we'll talk about some kind of an opaque screen, whether it's landscaping or a fence or a combination thereof, to knock out these headlights that are spotlighting somebody's bedroom walls. That's secondary to violating every precept of the whole process of getting a site compliance officially taken care of. So Eric, would you be willing to take a table on this and come back with action first and then legitimizing this second? I can't hear you. You're off.
I apologize. Yes, Chair Fitzpatrick, we will, we appreciate tabling, and we will reconnoiter with the client about addressing those comments.
If he lives up to what he promised in the first place, just think of the growth that would have occurred between then and now that hasn't been occurred. And then he's got to go forward and show good faith. And I think it's better that he's created these parking spaces on his property than forcing people to go take the leftover car and look for a neighborhood spot to ditch it. But let's do first things first and get back moving on the right foot. With that said, I'd like a motion to table this case until those items are executed.
So move.
Okay, moves. Who wants a second?
Second.
Okay, Marty. Okay, signify your approval by saying aye.
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 All right, let's move along. Case number 12 is tabled.
Thank you. Thank you.
You bet. Now we will go to case number 13. Z21-021, 990 Dublin Road.
The 39.61 acre site consists of 5 parcels approved for a mixed-use development in the M Manufacturing District, subject to ordinance number 1998-2019, which allowed roughly 455,000 square feet of office, retail, commercial, and restaurant uses, 804 residential units, structured parking, and open space private park areas. The requested CPD, Commercial Plan Development District, fulfills a condition of this ordinance to zone the subject site to an appropriate district within 3 years of the passage of the ordinance. To the north, to the north is Norfolk Southern Railroad tracks, and to the south of the site are a mix of manufacturing and commercial uses along Goodell Boulevard and Dublin Road corridors in the city of Grandview. To the east are manufacturing uses in the M Manufacturing District. To the west is a continuation of this mixed-use project within the city of Grandview. The site is not within a planning area, but Columbus citywide planning policies design guidelines are applicable to the site. C2P2 recommends that parking be hidden to the greatest extent possible and be located to the rear of buildings. that usable open space such as plazas or courtyards be provided, and that high-density projects may be supported if they include a high level of site and architectural design. As the proposal meets these guidelines, Planning Division staff supports the proposal. Although C2P2 recommends a high level of landscaping as part of open space, planning does acknowledge that landscaping options are limited due to the site constraints noted by the EPA, as it was a former landfill. Staff has no comment on the aisle, maneuvering, parking space, or loading space variances, as C2P2 does not address those matters. The site is not located within a civic association or an area commission. The CPD district specifies C4 commercial district uses on private streets and a commitment to a plan reflecting building and parking areas and open space. Variances for increased building height, reduced number of parking lot trees, for parking to be divided by parcel lines, for bicycle parking to be provided but not on the same parcel as the use it serves, a 10% parking space reduction for no loading spaces, and reduced setbacks are included in the CPD text. Concurrent CV 21-025 proposes ground floor residential units. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District is considered to be the appropriate district for this mixed-use development previously permitted via council variance and is compatible with the zoning and emerging development patterns of the area. Staff supports the proposal and finds that the variances to development standards are necessary to accommodate this type of development and are reflective of other recent mixed-use infill projects in urban neighborhoods. Therefore, staff's recommendation is for approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? I've seen things happening on that property. It's part of a big master plan. Traffic issues, Dan?
No traffic issues.
I know they've built loop roads there, and there's multiple access roads built to both Dublin Road and also Grandview Avenue. Is Kathy aboard the train yet?
I would guess that she's not joining us tonight.
Okay.
She is in conversations with the applicants. We'll just make sure that any of her concerns are addressed before we submit this ordinance to City Council.
All right. We have no speakers here regarding this except for the applicant and the agent for the applicant. Any comments, Dave Perry, that you want to add to the presentation?
Just Dave Perry here as agent for Thrive Companies and 810 Grandview LLC. Joel Lilly with Thrive is also on the call with me. Shannon did a very nice job of describing the situation. It's 39 acres in Columbus, 15 acres in Grandview, total 55-acre mixed-use development by Thrive. Zoning is finished in Grandview and is under development, and the Columbus area is under development also by the variance. And this was a commitment to follow up with zoning, CPD reflecting the commercial use and residential use rather than the manufacturing zoning.
Okay. Any comments from the commission members? It's pretty clean and simple. It's going to be another Grandview Yard type environment.
Yes, it will.
I would call a vote.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson,
Yes.
Kayan Mukwe,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, that's what every case should be, 4 minutes. Case number 14. Z21-013, 1218 to 1222 East Long Street.
The site consists of two parcels, one undeveloped and one developed with a one-story commercial building in the R2F residential district. The site is within the East Long Street urban commercial overlay. The requested AR3 apartment residential district will permit multi-unit residential development. To the north is a multi-unit residential development in the ARLD apartment residential district. To the south is a commercial building, a single-unit dwelling, and undeveloped land in the R2F residential district. To the east is a mixed-use building in the R2F residential district, and to the west is a single-unit dwelling in the R2F residential district. The site is within the planning area of the Near East Area Plan, which recommends higher density residential and mixed-use development at this location. The site is located within the boundaries of the Near East Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. Concurrent CV 21-017 has been filed to permit an apartment building consisting of approximately 17 dwelling units. The request includes variances to building height, lot coverage, setbacks, a parking space reduction, and to allow approximately 900 square feet of commercial space with a 200 square foot commercial patio. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. The Columbus Thoroughfare Plan identifies this portion of East Long Street as an urban commuter corridor requiring 100 feet of right-of-way. The requested AR3 apartment residential district will allow multi-unit residential development. The proposed use and density are compatible with the recommendations of the Near East Area Plan and are consistent with the surrounding development along the East Long Street corridor. Therefore, staff's recommendation is for approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Traffic issues, Dan?
No traffic issues.
Okay, there are no speakers opposing this. Dave Perry, do you have anything you want to add to the staff's presentation?
Dave Perry here as agent for the applicant, O'Brien Development. This 17-unit apartment building, I'll note also with a fully enclosed parking garage. It's, I think, a sign of just how much is happening in the Near East Area Commission area. The architect, Carrick Sorrell, is on the call also, but the building is fully designed with a 19 space interior parking garage for 17 units and very strong support from NEAC. And then there was a request to help with the East Long Street commercial to tuck in a small commercial space. And our client, Tom O'Brien, accommodated that with the 900 space or 900 square foot commercial space. So we're very strong support from all groups on this.
Okay, well, let's get on with it.
A quick question. How many stories again?
This is 3-story, John.
3-story. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
All right, let's call the roll.
John Ingwerson.
Yes.
Kay Unwukwe. Kay, you're muted. Still muted, Kay.
Yes, sorry about that.
That's okay. Marty Anderson.
Yes.
And Amanda Golden.
Yes.
And Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you're approved.
Thank you.
Okay, case number 15. Z21-018, 1408 North Grant Avenue.
Okay, the site consists of 134 parcels developed with a variety of residential uses as permitted by several previous ordinances as council variances in the M manufacturing, C4 commercial, C2 commercial, and CPD commercial plan development districts. The site is also subject to the University District zoning overlay. The requested R3 residential, ARLD apartment residential, AR2 apartment residential, AR3 apartment residential, and P1 private parking districts will bring the zoning into conformance with how the site was developed under the approved ordinances mentioned above. Additionally, parcel 7 has been added to the site and will include 48 newly constructed apartment units in the AR2 apartment residential district. North of the site are a variety of single and 2-unit dwellings in the C2 commercial and R4 residential districts, and a multi-unit residential development in the AR1 apartment residential district. South of the site are manufacturing and office uses in the M manufacturing district. East of the site is the railroad right-of-way in the M manufacturing district. West of the site are a variety of single and 2-unit dwellings in the R4 residential and C4 commercial districts, along with C4 commercial uses along East 5th Avenue. Concurrent CV 21-026 has been filed and includes use variances to permit a private park in the R3 district, a community center in the AR2 district, and variances to aisle width, maneuvering, vision clearance, minimum numbers of parking spaces required, lot width, area district requirements, building and parking setbacks, lot coverage, perimeter yard, rear yard, and all requirements of the University District zoning overlay. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. The site is within the planning boundaries of the University District Plan, which recommends lower intensity residential, medium intensity residential, and higher intensity residential land uses at this location. The site is located within the planning boundaries of the University Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The requested R3 residential, ARLD apartment residential, AR2 apartment residential, AR3 apartment residential, and P1 private parking districts will bring the zoning into conformance for the existing residential infill development as permitted by past approved ordinances, and will permit the construction of 48 new apartment units on parcel 7. The request is consistent with the University District Plan's land use recommendations, meets the requirements for a follow-up rezoning as conditioned in previously approved ordinances, and results in the zoning map finally representing the residential uses occurring on site, and therefore City Department's recommendation is for approval.
Okay, Dan, any traffic questions with this?
We can support the unrestricted zoning district, but we do have outstanding comments on the site plan for the new area of development in the northern portion of the site near 11th Avenue. And those comments will need to be addressed with the concurrent council variant for the site.
Okay. And we already know Kathy's not involved here. Any questions of the applicant? Okay, you have staff approval, you have area commission approval. Is there anything, Dave, you want to add to the presentation?
Yes, just a moment. Dave Perry as agent for the applicant Thrive Companies. Matt Negron with Thrive Companies is on the call with me also. This is really an amazing story. I just want to tell you briefly about 15 or 16 years ago, Wagenbrenner Development, now Thrive Companies, took on a dilapidated, burned factory and many vacant lots. And fast forwarding about 15 years, have built many single-family dwellings, multifamily dwellings, condominiums, and park area. The 95% of the site is built, and this is the follow-up commitment to rezone. The area that Tim mentioned is 1 acre at the corner of East 11th and Grant. That has been recently acquired and will add some additional multifamily community center and a pool. The items that Daniel mentioned will be addressed with the council variance process. So thank you.
Okay, any questions of the applicant? Okay, call the roll.
Kay Unwukwe,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson,
Yes.
Kay Unwukwe. Oh, I'm sorry. We already did that. Chair Fitzpatrick.
I could vote twice.
Chair Fitzpatrick.
I will concede the floor to my colleague, Kay Nwokwe, to vote for me in this case. The answer is yes. Okay, last case for tonight. Case number 16. Z21-023, 6515 Clover Lawn Drive. Somebody's muted.
Thank you.
The site is developed with a single unit dwelling in the LR2 limited residential district. The requested R2 residential district will permit the owner to install an above ground swimming pool subject to R2 district development standards. North, south, east, and west of the site are single unit dwellings in the LR2 limited residential district. The site is within the planning boundaries of the Southeast Land Use Plan, which recommends low-density residential land uses at this location. Additionally, the plan includes complete adoption of the C2P2 design guidelines. The site is located within the boundaries of the Greater Southeast Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The City Department's recommendation is for approval. The requested rezoning to the R2 residential district will remove all limitations imposed under the current zoning for this lot. The size and location of a pool or other accessory use or structure will be regulated by the standards in the zoning code for properties zoned in the R2 residential district. I can answer any questions.
Questions? Okay, obviously there's no traffic issues here, Dan. Unless there's a mad dash to get the Panama Jack out and hit the pool. Okay, there apparently are no speakers. Melissa Bryant, you represent the applicant?
Yes, I'm the applicant.
Oh, okay. Do you have anything you need to add to the staff's presentation?
I know that there was a homeowners association a few years prior, but I just want, mine's not as interesting. It's just an above ground pool.
Well, it's kind of hard to wake up in the morning when it's 36 degrees and think about an above ground pool. But
yeah, right.
With no further ado, let's call the roll on this one and let's call it an evening.
Marty Anderson.
Yes.
Amanda Golden.
Yes.
John Ingerson.
Yes.
Kayan Wookwe.
Yes.
And Chair Fitzpatrick.
I'm picking up on some exhaustion on some of these voices here. I'll vote yes, and I'll make a move to get the hell out of here.
And I just want to thank Melissa for her patience. She was an add-on to the agenda after we had already had it set and the notices sent, and we were able to add her, but unfortunately she had to sit through almost 5 hours of well, I know she was coming and going, so good for you for doing that. So yeah.
Well, think of the story. Think of the stories you have to tell now.
I know.
Yeah.
You hear my dog snoring in the background because she was passed out like an hour ago.
Okay, tonight's meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, thank
That's
goodness.
Have a good
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, Shannon.
Hey, Shannon.
Let's have this fun again next month, Shannon.
Yeah. Hey, Shannon.
Yes, John.
Can somebody put together how many residential units have been approved in the last 6 months or a year? Just curious. It's kind of like the kid in the backseat of the car. Are we there yet?
Do you mean just approved by the commission or approved by city council or building permit approval? I guess you need to clarify and then we can figure out.
If building permit approval is an easy number for you to get, that's great.
Okay, it'll probably be I would think that would be a records request, but I can, if you want to shoot me an email, just because I'm brain dead right now, we can figure out what you need.
I'm
Also, yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we might want to consider starting these meetings earlier.